everybody. I'm calling the council meeting for the City of Newport, the regularly scheduled meeting for December 1st to order. Present, we have myself, Rick Ufford Chase, council members Carter Finnegan, Andrew Touchette, John Manette, Kevin Charbonneau, Clerk Treasurer Jim Johnson. We have several staff in the room. Carrie Schultz is here. Tom Bernier is here. Travis Bingham is here. Frank Cheney is on his way in right now. And we have at least one special guest, Kelly Gleason from Casella, who's on Zoom on the video conference tonight. We have a long agenda tonight, so we'll be as efficient as we can. Let's call for additions and deletions first. Carter?
None.
No, thank you.
John? Any additions or deletions? Kevin?
No, thank you.
Jim?
No.
Okay, I have one addition that I received late this afternoon from Chip Stearns, asking if we would be willing to have a brief conversation about some recommendations for establishing new reserve funds in the new chart of accounts that he's working on. So I would like to add that. Actually, why don't we put it in the finance report, Carter? Is that okay? So we'll add that. Help me remember when we get there. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, do I have a motion to add that to our agenda, the recommendation from Chip?
I'll make that one.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. It includes the approval of minutes from the 3rd of November because we had not included them in the packet the last time. The 17th of November, AP warrants for the 19th and the 21st of November, and PR warrants for the 26th of November. And we do not have any liquor licenses or permits. We have one that came in this morning that we will warn. It's not time sensitive. I've asked the owners if it's okay to put it off so that we can warn it appropriately. So we'll do that at the next meeting. Do you have any questions about the consent agenda or any of its contents? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second.
Second.
I got several seconds. Take your pick, Jim, whichever one you like.
I got it.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Consent agenda carries as ordered. And I'm going to sign these things right now for you, Jim. Oops. Jim, I just signed your attested line
Okay,
because we already had a signature on
I'll
the
sign yours
third on my copy. So just sign above me, please.
after a day.
That'll give me passed over to Jim as well. Okay. The next item on our agenda is the solid waste, the 2025 Solid Waste Implementation Program. This is a public meeting that is required, and it is consideration, we're asking for the council's approval. We have Kelly Gleason, who's the Environmental Compliance Manager from Casella Waste Systems Incorporated. We had an earlier appropriately warned public meeting this week that was attended only by myself and Tom Bernier, and who else was with us, Tom? Frank Cheney was with us. Thank you, Frank. So the three of us have been through a pretty significant presentation. And Kelly, I can see you on the screen now and nodding. So the floor is yours. We did put, Kelly, in the packet pretty much the entire SWIP
Okay,
proposal.
so
Okay?
I don't need to share my screen, everybody has that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't hurt maybe to share your screen as we go, just to be sure, okay?
I've never used Google Meet, so just bear with me 1 second to figure out where to.
Carter's an expert. She's going to tell you what to do.
Okay, I think I can do window and there we go, I can do that. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Could you make it a little?
Yeah, can you make it a little bigger, Kelly? Is that possible on your end?
think if I zoom here, let's see here. Maybe? Is that better?
Yes, much better. Thank
Okay.
you.
If I make it any bigger, I won't be able to see the whole thing on my screen, so.
Anybody having trouble is welcome to move to the front row.
Thank you all. So, most of you, I believe, are familiar with the solid waste implementation plan. So I will just give a quick overview of what it is and sort of what requires that. So the solid waste implementation plan is required of all towns and cities in the state of Vermont in order to dispose of waste in state. It is mandated by the materials management plan that the Vermont Agency of Natural Resources updates every 5 years. So basically, this plan is just the new update of the existing plan, which ran from years 2020 through 2025, and now you have to adopt another 5-year iteration of the plan. We work with the with the city of Newport to meet the requirements of your plan, and that started probably about 4 years ago now. So I'm gonna go through pretty quickly. You guys can, if you have the plan in front of you, you can kind of read it more in depth, but the different portions of the plan require annual reporting. New this year under this plan is that someone from the city has to take the presentation from the state of Vermont on accessible communications. That's new this year, just to make sure that you are engaging with all different eras and ages and people in the state. So that means that we will provide outreach through web, print, phone calls, etc. And someone from the city has to attend a presentation put on by the state. The website has always been required, so there's no change here. You're required to have the website that you post this approved SWIP maintain an A to Z list of waste and recycling, which basically means someone can go on and look up the item that they're trying to get rid of, and it will tell them where to take it. The list of haulers that service in your area, and waste reduction at events. So none of that is different from the last version of this plan. This is a little bit different, again, in terms of accessible communications. This is new in the 2025 plan, which requires that you also offer digital outreach. You guys have already been in compliance with this because we have always used Facebook and Front Porch Forum as digital outreach in addition to print and in-person outreach. Print outreach is still required as always. So the way in which that you guys comply with print outreach is when you receive the annual grant that you receive from the state of Vermont, you post it in the newspaper, and that is the print outreach. New this year, it's a little bit different than the way it was worded in past iterations of this plan, is that you are required to contact 5 municipal or solid waste facility connections. So it used to be that it was 20 businesses or 2%, whichever was greater. They changed that this year to be 15 businesses and 5 municipality and facility connections. And what they mean is that we talk to the town offices, libraries, and any waste facility that you have in your municipality. So your one facility is also a municipally run facility. And so in order to comply with that, outreach will be provided to the city office, the recycling center staff, and the library. School outreach remains the same from years past, where you must contact in person either 2 or 10% of schools in your jurisdiction annually, and it's on the same outreach information that we historically provided them under the last SWIP, so there's no changes there. Business outreach, as I talked about, it changed just a little bit from being 20 businesses or 2% down to 15 businesses or 2% because they've added the municipal end to that. Outreach remains the same on the same list that it was for the past 5 years and in the same formats as the previous iteration of the SWIP. The variable rate pricing section, you guys are already in compliance with that because you adopted variable rate pricing ordinances many, many years ago. And so every time that you re-adopt a version of this plan, we will connect or include that version of your VRP ordinance. Your HHW collection events, every town is required to offer 2 events within a 20 road mile radius. So you guys comply with that by joining up with a couple other independent towns. And there are 2 events hosted annually at the Coventry landfill, one in the fall, one in the spring. And we contract with a third-party hazardous waste vendor, Clean Harbors, who collects that at that event, and that is free to residents. And the way that maintains being free to residents is that that is billed back to the town to cover the cost for the residents. Collection of landfill banned, disposal banned, and dangerous materials. So this requirement, it says that within 20 road miles of your town, you have to have collection for certain landfill banned items. We have included within this plan a list of where you can take those items. You guys do have drop-offs for all of those items within the 20 road mile radius. This is probably the biggest part under this plan that is new in this new 5-year term. This disaster debris plan. So what this says is that when you adopt this plan, you are committing that by the end of year 1, so at the end of the year 2026, the city will come up with a disaster debris plan, and in that plan, you will list the municipal contacts, so who will be in charge if there is ever a catastrophic flood or something of that nature again, who will actually be your point of contact. I will say that this sort of made it in there after the trials and tribulations of the flooding that happened a couple of years ago, where I don't think anybody was really necessarily prepared for those events. And so there wasn't a really clear municipal contact for the state. There were not places to stage this debris that was easy for the state's vendor to get to and work out of. And so the second requirement there is a staging area for disaster hazardous materials, trash and construction and demolition disaster materials, and clean wood and vegetative. And so by the end of year 1, the city needs to come up with a plan of where you could stage those items should we have any more catastrophic flooding, that then the state's waste vendor could utilize that space to operate out of. And so that will require some meetings and planning on everybody's part, and you are committing that by the end of 2026, that plan will be in place. And I do think it's important to note that the state itself has a contract with a third-party waste vendor that they basically call to action when a disaster occurs, when a state of emergency is declared, and that is actually an out-of-state vendor that does not have ties in the area. Clean wood and inert debris management. You are in here saying that you will provide access, again, within 20 road miles for clean wood and debris. You guys offer it already at your recycling facility, so you are in compliance. Collection of textiles, again, within 20 road miles of the town, you have to have a collection location for textiles, and you have the NEK thrift store, so that checks that box. Residuals recycling meetings, this also occurred in the last iteration of the SWIP. Someone on behalf of the city, probably Tom, will attend this event either digitally or in person during the SWIP term, put on by the state of Vermont with respect to reducing pollutants in wastewater and septic systems. This section here talks about what plan you would follow should any new waste facilities attempt to be sited in your city. And here you state that you use the state's siting criteria. And so you are in compliance because you are not less stringent than what the state requires. You explain the process and standard that would be used to determine if that facility would be included in the SWIP. And again, here you talk about any new facility would follow the above referenced rules, and if it met all of the required rules, you would consider adopting it. The process used to ensure public participation, we are discussing this and offering it at a public meeting. and demonstrating that the SWIP is in conformance with any regional plan, and attached with this is a letter of support from the NVDA. And that's it.
Thank you, Kelly. Council members, do you have questions or comments you'd like to make about the SWIP that's in front of us?
Have we identified the lucky person that's going to attend all the trainings and at the event?
I think it's you, Kelly, right? You'll attend these required trainings on our behalf?
So I can, yep. I think probably the residuals meeting would be best suited for someone from the wastewater treatment plant to attend. And you can attend that virtually and once, but I can attend the accessible communications training. That's fine.
It sounds like maybe what we ought to do is just be in touch as these come up and talk about who makes the most sense to do it each time.
Yep. Yeah, they're not scheduled yet, so I
Okay,
wouldn't expect anything early in the first year.
okay,
Okay.
good question. Any other questions? Community residents, do you have questions for the council that you'd like us to direct to Kelly? Go ahead.
Maybe just one, which is, can you remind us again of when the contract that you have with the city runs from till?
Oh, good
and
question.
how much we pay again? I assume that this is included in the service.
Yes, so I'd have to go back and find the original contract. I'm trying to base it. I'm recalling it because I was just about out on maternity leave my first daughter. So I think we entered into that initial contract in late 2021 to take effect in 2022. And we have been renewing that on a 1-year basis. So every year it comes up again and it's re-signed and renewed for another year. And that is $5,000 annually. And included in that $5,000, we helped work on this new plan for you guys. We went through the process of compiling the Z list and all of the back and forth with the state. And then the business outreach, school outreach, organizing the hazardous waste events. And eventually, which will be very exciting when it happens, the extended producer responsibility plan that the legislature passed for household hazardous waste products. When they do finally stand up that stewardship organization, we would work with you guys on behalf of the city to get reimbursed for those household hazardous waste costs.
And Tom, can you just correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't I hear you say the other day that there's actually a support that we get from the state that we apply to this that's almost the same amount? Is that correct?
They're $3,500,
$3,500.
so it covers most of the cost.
And it comes from, like, what is it given for this purpose?
Yes,
Okay.
SWIP grant, and
Yeah,
Kelly
it's
fills
a grant.
all
Oh,
the
thanks, Frank.
paperwork. Kelly fills all the paperwork out as part of her contract, gets $3,500 back, so it costs the city about $1,500 to do everything.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ian.
I do have one more question, and that is, who goes into the school? I don't think anybody from the city goes in. I think somebody from Casella goes in. And I think that it would be really nice if we could see what the curriculum that is being taught looks like, so that we would know what the children are being told on our behalf.
Go ahead, Kelly. I know
so just
you got.
to speak to that, so we don't actually go in and teach the children. So the requirement is to talk to either the administrators or in a lot of times like the food service company that the schools contract with, to make sure that the school itself is in compliance with those like landfill bans and the composting or food waste ban. And so we don't talk to the children. We talk to administrators and third-party food contractors. And then the other thing I did forget to mention, it was never included in our original contract, but we have been assisting you guys in the annual reporting for your recycling facility, just to help.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the community? Any other questions from council? And so, Kelly, I assume what we need here is a motion to approve the 2025 solid waste implementation plan for the city of Newport. Is that correct?
Yes, and then authorizing that, well, I guess, so we changed it from Frank being the representative to you as the mayor.
Correct.
So then you should be fine, you are authorized to sign. So what will happen is you will adopt, and then we will remove this to be signed upon approval of draft, and you will actually sign that front page.
Got it. So, council members, do I have a motion to approve and to the 2025 solid waste implementation plan for the city of Newport and to authorize the mayor to sign on the city's behalf?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And a second. Any further comment or question? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right, so Kelly, tomorrow morning, I'm going to sign this documentation in about 11 places, and then Carrie and I'll get it back to you.
You don't actually have to sign it on all of the pages within. The state has said that typing your name in all of those places was fine, and signing the cover page was sufficient.
Oh, all right.
It's the only thing.
So all of these little tabs that Frank put, these little brightly colored pastels, were for naught. So
We're just making sure that Frank can still see colors.
love it. All right, so
All right, thank you guys.
Carrie and I will take care of that tomorrow. Thanks for your time tonight, Kelly.
Yep, have a good night.
Good night. Okay. Next item on the agenda would be to receive a motion to enter into executive session as per 1 VSA section 313A2 for the purpose of considering a bid for estimating public infrastructure costs associated with 8 potential redevelopment parcels in downtown Newport, with possible council action following upon the executive session when we come back into the general session. And I'll just say that this, for folks in the community to know that this is the same topic we had at the last meeting when we were asked to do some more research and follow up with answers to questions. So we're going back into a session on that same conversation. Do I have a motion to go into executive session? Oh, and we're going to invite Dave LaForce is in the room, Brian Gray from Newport Downtown Development is on, David Saladino from VHB, and Stephanie Clark from White and Burke. Am I missing anybody?
Kurt Muller,
Oh, and Kurt Muller from
PHP.
VHB. Thank you. So you folks would be welcome to remain, assuming we pass this motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
And a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are in executive session. All right, may I have a motion to come out of executive session during which no action was taken?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do I have a second? A motion and a second from John. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. So we do intend to take action on this matter, but we thought it might be helpful to folks in the community to get some explanation for what's going on, and we've asked Brian Gray and Stephanie Clark to provide that. So Brian, if you want to go, I guess you're going to go first.
Sure. So I'm with Newport Downtown Development.
Can you all hear in the back?
Tasked-
Okay. Go ahead, Brian, I'm sorry.
That's no problem. I'm Brian Gray with Newport Downtown Development. We've been tasked to develop a application for a TIF district in the downtown Newport area. And as part of that, we've been working very hard, getting all of our ducks in a row, and we're to a point now where we're actually ready to do the feasibility of a TIF district in Newport. That entails looking at what the cost of the infrastructure is needed to provide services to the new developments along Main Street, and then compare that cost of the infrastructure to the taxes being generated by the new development, and ensuring that those taxes can cover the cost of the infrastructure. And I'm here tonight to ask that the City Council move forward in contracting with VHB to provide estimates for the infrastructure needed along Main Street to provide services to the new developments. And within that proposal, we're essentially looking to conduct a preliminary investigation of the water and sewer mains along Main Street, develop estimated public infrastructure costs associated with 8 potential development parcels, and to conduct a preliminary desktop environmental due diligence review to better understand the existing soil contamination information and data gaps to help identify soil sampling and testing needs. Kind of breaking down that a little bit further, there's going to be a lot of time looking into the Main Street water and sewer infrastructure. The group will go ahead and camera that to look at the overall stability of the existing systems, how it runs. We've heard some horror stories about maybe running under buildings, and so we're going to find out exactly what that looks like and what it's going to take to be able to serve new buildings either with that existing infrastructure or to build new infrastructure. And we'll also be looking at the individual 8 sites along Main Street and what it would cost to bring in water, sewer, electricity, all the things that are needed for that building to operate. Once VHB totals this all up, we're going to give all that information to Stephanie at White and Burke, and she is going to do her calculations. And I'll let you jump in there, Stephanie.
Sure. Yes, this is where it factors in. We use either an outside engineering firm, or if a municipality has sometimes they have internal capacity, or they have they've already done the studies before we even get involved. But somebody has to officially summarize what are those infrastructure barriers, because then we take that up to the state and have to show that there's a but for, which means but for the city taking care of an infrastructure issue on it that is public infrastructure, then a private developer otherwise wouldn't be able to develop. But for the city doing it, the private property can redevelop at a higher and better use in a more timely manner than letting natural development occur, which as we've seen in many communities, it takes a really long time. So we need to get our hands around what that cost is, even at an order of magnitude. Sometimes we start kind of on the big scale and look at what's feasible from what a development might create in terms of incremental taxes to see if we have feasibility, if we actually have coverage to be able to afford the infrastructure that's needed, how much can the city afford to contribute. And so we do that financial feasibility work for particular projects, and in tandem we're talking with developers and actual private entities who are interested in doing that development and are interested in that particular site. And so all of this happens kind of on parallel tracks, and that's where we are in the feasibility phase 1 of my work for the TIF evaluation. It's really less of a building up to, it is building to an application, but the application will just be a step along the road. It's really an economic development approach to looking at how this tool might help.
Thank you. Anything else you want to add, Brian? Okay. So Carter, I think you have a motion you want to put on the table?
So I would like to authorize the mayor to sign off on this amendment of an existing contract. The labor and expense total for this contract is $23,590.
In addition to a previously authorized $15,000.
Yes, yes. So
Okay.
a grand total of $38,590.
I have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Any further comment or anything that the council wants to add? There are members of the community who have questions or concerns? Lori?
I apologize if I missed it, but if the city is involved in this, where does the funding come from for the work, for the city workforce that's going to be involved in the investigation of this? Is it going to come out of our current budget, or?
At this stage, the funding for the contract would come from the Walmart funds.
Right.
And I don't think we project any significant cost in terms of staff time. Am I correct about that? Brian or Steph or David or Kurt, one of you want to jump in?
Yeah, there'll be some questions back and forth with the Public Works Director, but there'll be no, there'll be no labor being utilized from Newport to investigate these things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good question. Ann, go ahead.
Is somebody independent of NDD and the city basically making these evaluations as to the feasibility of the infrastructure versus the taxes that would be generated? and also what really needs to be done to the structures and the soil. Is it an independent person or a group as opposed to within NDD?
Yes. In other words, what's happening here is that we have two contracts going simultaneously at this point, right? One is with White and Burke, and that's largely Stephanie's work, Stephanie and her team, and they're the ones who are doing running the feasibility numbers. So they will be coming back to us with their judgment about whether or not these projects will be feasible financially. The VHB, which is tonight represented by David Saladino and Kurt Mueller, they're the ones who White and Burke has recommended that we contract with to do the specifics to determine the specifics that they will need in order for White and Burke to do the numbers. Jay?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. One, I think possibly David would answer this better, or Stephanie. The evaluation that's being done is going to determine some estimates for construction. I think that we all know that large projects right now, they're barely guaranteeing a bid for 3 months just because of materials and such. Will this document enable us to have some criteria that we can easily adjust those numbers to reflect, say it's a year or it's 2 years down the road that we need to engage this work? Will this make it easier for us to get an estimate of that work?
David or Steph?
Yeah, I can hop in, and then Dave Saladino, if you want to mention your approach. In my financial work, we add a large amount of contingency, both in the estimated contingency. We work with whoever is preparing the estimate to make sure there's a healthy estimate contingency, and then a large construction contingency. And in our financial analysis, everything in a TIF district is years away. So we always have to use an inflation factor, which has gotten more and more aggressive, unfortunately, in the last few years. And this is ultimately all vetted by the state economist who looks at all of this. So we kind of true it up with what are the trends, national and local and statewide trends in terms of the economics of it. Dave, do you have a perspective on the specific estimate within your piece of work?
Yeah, we would be adding an inflation adjustment as well, an escalation factor, and I guess also just to note, a lot of the cost escalations, tariffs, and so forth, those are largely, within our experience, that they fall into the vertical construction, so new building construction. For the kind of the baseline infrastructure, the costs have not really been as impacted the last few years. So the costs for gravel, concrete, asphalt, those have kind of generally leveled out. And so those are the costs that we'll be estimating, not necessarily the cost for the new building construction. Those are the ones that have really been up and down the last year or so with the tariff costs. So we'll be using kind of standard VTrans and other general cost estimates that have come in from actual bid prices this year, and then escalating those out into the future.
Thank you both.
So, and just one small second question, that was, will this evaluation specifically with the water and sewer and electric and that's buried in the Main Street, will this give us an idea of its life expectancy, so that say if we did not do a TIF and we still needed to do this infrastructure, that the weight of that cost would be borne solely on the current taxpayers? So would we get some kind of life analysis on the infrastructure?
It's a great question. Dave, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, yep. And that is, so Dufresne's assessment is kind of two-pronged. One is capacity, so what is the available capacity in both the pipes, the water and the sewer pipe, and then condition assessment is the other one, and I think that's getting more towards your question about kind of longevity of the system. So they will certainly be assessing kind of, what they're seeing within the pipes, this as best as they can do as they're traversing it through the camera. So there will be an assessment of kind of the physical condition as well as the capacity of those lines.
Thank you.
Okay, one more question and we're going to move on, please, Ann. Go ahead.
Does the study in any way take account of the fact that if Main Street required a lot of infrastructure work, water and sewer, that businesses might be impacted, the businesses that are currently there might lose business. Magog, for instance, their main street was down for maybe, I don't know, 2 years. And I remember many of the businesses went out of business. Does your study take into account that at all?
I'll defer to
Your study or my study, Dave?
We won't be looking at it in terms of engineering costs.
No, so it wouldn't be this study, but in my study, yes, we look at the cumulative impacts because we have to be talking about if there are large-scale improvements, infrastructure improvements that happen and it covers multiple properties, we have to look at it as a whole like that. Yeah, that happens especially, I mean, we looked at that for example, in the instance of Killington, very kind of different, but very similar in the fact that the resort operations will be, majorly impacted by a pretty dense construction process over, several years. And so you have to look at how that might affect things. However, and that might affect the commerce part of it, the economy part of it, but tax valuation purposes, it doesn't have a huge impact because property values tend to stay the same within that short period.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions in the community? Council members, any further comments or questions before we vote? Okay, you have a motion before you to approve the additional contract fee, adding up to a total of how much, Carter, including the 15 we've already approved?
$38,590.
Here we go, $38,590. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Stephanie, David, Brian, thank you all, and Dave LaForce, thank you all for this. And Carter, thank you, because it was a very rich conversation. Okay, next item on the agenda is 3-in-1. We're going to look at 3 pieces of the budget. For those who haven't had a chance to read the memo I wrote for council that went out with the packet this week, I'll just reiterate that you're kind of watching the sausage being made because what we're looking at tonight is shy of 3 major pieces of information. So if you're one of those people who wants to try and add it all up quick and find out what the total city budget's going to be, it's going to be an exercise both in frustration and kind of futility, because what is still to come is over the next 2 weeks, the staff has begun working and hopes to complete a 5-year capital expenditure plan. And so far, nothing that you will have seen 2 weeks ago in the fire department or the rec department, nor what you'll see tonight in the police department, the public works department, or what we're now calling kind of office administration here in the municipal building. None of those include the payment of anything that we're going to have to do in order to capitalize those long-term expenditures. Nor does it include anything yet about the overall debt service. Carrie and Jim and Chip are working on making sure that we fully understand those implications, and we will have those in 2 weeks. And the third area that Chip is working on for us, because this represents a different way of doing things. What you will see tonight gathers in the costs, particularly the labor costs, that have typically been shared across departments. So I'll give an example. In Tom's department, he's got 3 people who work full-time in the water and sewer areas, and they are accounted for fully. They will be fully accounted for in the water and sewer budgets. But he also has 3 people who have often split their time, and he has traditionally split their salaries across 3 departments. This time, all of the salary is being put into the general fund, and Chip will be working with us to determine the best way to project or budget for interfund transfers that will be necessary effectively for the general fund to bill the water fund or the sewer fund for labor that they're providing or other kinds of equipment or materials. So that's another reason that it's going to be really hard still. It's going to be 2 weeks from now before we begin to get an inkling of what the total number is going to look like. And then the last thing is that over the next 2 weeks, Tom will be working on the water and sewer budgets with Carrie. We do not have those for you yet. So by 2 weeks from now, we're going to try and bring all these big global pieces together and put them all in front of us And at that point, we'll begin the real conversation, which is, oh my goodness, this is a lot of money. What do we want to do? Okay? So having said that, we're going to do these one at a time. And council members, if it's okay, we'll start with the operations administration. So we'll have Carrie, Frank, Jim is here at the table, and myself to talk about that.
Hello. Been a good holiday?
So council members, speaking directly with all of you now, a couple of things that you should know about this area. One is that this represents a pretty massive sea change in how we have done the budgeting in the past. So Jim's office, treasurer and clerking costs have been folded into the overall administration. One thing you should know is that it used to be that you had to go to 3 different places to find out what we were paying for our zoning, assessment, and grants administration direct person. And so we've combined all of that into one line. So you don't need to go looking for the grants to find them somewhere, grants administration to find them somewhere else. We've assumed that for the foreseeable future, Frank will be taking responsibility for all 3 of those things. So I think that's what and then one last thing, same thing applies that I just mentioned about that kind of specific that we'll talk about with Tom about his employees. All of the city manager salaries projected for next year, the Carrie's position for financial and office administration, and Jim's 3 positions downstairs has been pulled into the general fund. So you're seeing the full cost of their salaries in the general fund side, and then we'll be looking at the water and sewer budgets together with potential interfund transfers that Chip will recommend on how we can manage. Any questions about that? Okay, so who wants to start? Frank, you want to say a word first about your area?
Okay, everything's been melded together, all right? Almost all of my line items were originally just a arbitrary percentage
Oh,
of...
yeah, we're just going to ask you to speak up and remember, actually, Carrie, if you could come this way a little bit. We're just trying to get it on the tape too, Frank. So
What?
you don't have to look at the thing, but just keep your voice up.
Excuse me. So there was an arbitrary percentage communication, office supplies, so on and so forth. Those have all been pulled into the office. I have a few specific line items revolving around tax map maintenance and reappraisal software contracts, stuff like that. None of which have increased or decreased. They're all pretty much level funded. Now, as Rick let you know, they combined salaries, which include 4 areas actually: assessment, zoning, grant administration, and delinquent tax collector. So all of those areas were zeroed out, and it was all put into one specific area. So no major changes. Just all of those line items from the previous budgets have been absorbed into what I would call it administrative in general, or what they're calling operations expense. Okay. There is one specific change, however. We are proposing a $31,000 addition for a part-time position that's being budgeted under reappraisal salaries. Now, this is a little complicated, so I'll go into it briefly. Over the course of the year and a half, I've been doing property assessment here in the city. And I apologize for my voice.
You're doing great. Keep going.
It's become apparent that over a decade period of time, the practices and policy application from a financial standpoint to the valuation of property in the city, okay, is become antiquated. Okay, that antiquation over a period of years has produced a process that we have a significant amount of untapped revenue or unrealized revenue, okay, that we need to have access to. In addition to that, that has inherently it created a inequity in the tax base between the types of properties. And in fact, some of it is actually put us out of compliance from a statutory standpoint. Okay, so having said all that, we spent an enormous amount of time, okay, picking the right appraiser this time. All right, so that this could be cleaned up in one clean sweep, okay, and done in a much more, less cursory manner, a more specific manner. And we could put all of these procedures and practices in place all at one time through that process, which would alleviate this. The problem with that is that the financial outcome with that level of operation is only as good as the data going in, okay? And we have an enormous amount to fix prior to them starting in the fall of 2026 with their data transfer and their formulary builds. Okay, so when we do build landlines and property values and neighborhood values, that's when the meat of these of the decisions are made. Okay, and the amount of work that is going to be required, okay, to put in the updated practices, at least to a certain point, prior to that starting, which will enable them within the amount that we've got the contract bid for to produce the outcome that we want, is where this money is intended to go towards. Okay? That combined with the fact that historically, if you look across the state, Newport has notoriously underfunded the assessment area in the city. Okay, and that has led to some of this as well. Okay, the appraisal is effective to have final grievance hearings in July of 2028. I would anticipate a need for this through that period of time. Okay, we can talk about that more at other things, but I wanted to introduce that because it is a new expense. And I think that's all I have, Rick.
Okay. Do questions for Frank before we move on?
So we're in the pipeline for having a professional appraisal company come in?
We have signed the contract and they start in the fall of 2026. That was, the contract was signed last year.
Yeah, I know all those companies are booked out for years.
We actually got them to come in a year earlier than because we're a pretty big catch for this company, I think. Do you have a question?
What are you anticipating this part-time person working?
24 hours a week, every week. And I don't think it's all been determined yet, but I would call it a property assessment clerk position, is what it's envisioned as.
Okay. Jim, you want to, we'll come back for broader questions. Jim, do you have anything you want to add about your?
No, my budget is pretty straightforward. It's basically the same year after year. There is a little increase in the health insurance because it went up a little bit. And Carrie told me, has said, or Frank has, Rick has said, all the payroll things have been rolled into one line item, so there's no figures in vacation, sick, or holiday, or longevity. It's all in the salaries. It's all been rolled into government operations. So. And the only other thing I've got, we haven't got the capital yet. That's another.
No, we'll talk about capital in 2 weeks.
That's another day. That's all I've got really. Mine's pretty straightforward.
Carrie, do you have anything you want to add?
I think you guys covered it, unless there's questions.
Okay. Other questions that you all have in general about this section?
When are we going to zero all these zeros? The ones where these accounts haven't had any expenses or revenues in them for a long time and we don't foresee them to have any activities? Because that's what I was quite looking forward to in this process, and that might be a Chip question. It's not as specific to I was just looking at some of these. And like, I know we're not going to get any more COVID-19 grant funds or ARPA. You know, there's some things, and I'm just like looking forward to that cleanup. Do you guys know when that will be?
We don't know. I don't know. Do you know, Carrie?
I asked, and honestly, I don't remember what he said, but I think that it was like, it won't happen again.
Yeah, I had
I
started
think this will be the
crossing them
last
out,
budget
but
with-
there was something that Chip wanted to leave them in for, and I don't
I
remember.
think it was the new chart of accounts, which went into effect on Friday, if anyone is curious.
Yeah, can you say more about that, actually, because I suspect people are curious about it.
Yeah,
The implementation of that general ledger new chart of accounts.
yeah, I mean, it was a big simplification. I honestly am not very familiar with the old chart of accounts because I kind of intentionally didn't learn it since it was getting switched over. But everything in this budget is the new chart of accounts. So if these numbers look a couple digits longer than what you're used to, that's why. And yeah, I think we will eventually cut. And I think it's about, if I remember right, the budget's about 2,000 lines, and about 1,000 of those I ended up zeroing out because there'd been nothing in or out for at least 5 years. So it'll reduce even more. Yeah.
So we
Might
switched
have
over today,
Friday, yeah.
Friday,
Yeah.
to the new chart.
Right, everything's getting coded with new numbers now.
Yeah.
Okay, questions from the community about where we are with this portion of the budget?
Oh, wait, we have one more question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, with the vacation and longevity pay, there's nothing noted in here.
Right.
361, so where does that go into the salaries as well?
Which
Go ahead,
one?
Carrie.
There's no, so it's 361,
Oh, yeah. So
362?
So that and 350, which just FYI, those far left numbers are just to keep this in order if I want to reorder it. Because I've been messing around, so they don't really mean anything besides this sheet.
It's a very
They don't mean
chart.
anything larger. But that, so I zeroed out that overtime because it got rolled into the salaries. So same thing with the vacation and longevity, because they're all included in the salaries.
And just so you know, we configured the overtime portion of that salary line according to the new policy that we created 2 weeks ago for overtime to be configured after the regular full-time shift each day, as opposed to the 40-hour-a-week shift.
I do
So,
have one other section.
go
I
ahead.
just remember the election section
Oh, yeah.
is a little more this year because there's gonna be 3 elections in the next cycle instead of just 1, so it's gone up.
We've got the town meeting, the primary, and the general.
General election, yeah. So the salaries are up 3 times as much, basically.
Okay.
That's the only change in that one.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Members in the community, you all have questions you want to ask? Go ahead, Ann.
I have a few. There's a line in revenues. I like revenues. It's called TIF taxes, and I've never seen that before. And I'm wondering what it's doing there now. We have not agreed that we are going to have a TIF. The state hasn't agreed that we're going to have a TIF. Who's paying the TIF taxes, and who's expected to pay them? And that's one question.
Can you answer that, Karen?
I mean, my answer is it hasn't, at least hasn't been used.
I'm sorry?
It at least hasn't been used in the last couple of years. So
I-
it really might be something quite old.
I anticipate it might have something to do with the previous TIF district.
Yeah, it might be
From
like.
when the industrial park was done.
industrial park.
Tom? Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's a holdover.
Wasn't there in last year's a book, you know, the annual book?
And it's
that's-
0 here, correct?
It's 0
It
here.
might-
I just was,
Yeah, it might have been that like multiple things got rolled into one and then Chip might have just renamed it as that because some of these there's been a few that I've asked him to change. If
Okay.
it's not an accurate like descriptor.
just checking whether or not we
Yeah,
had a
I can look back further to
tax
tell you
coming.
the last time it had money in or out, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then another thought I had as we were looking at this operations revenue side was that the auditors made a big thing about us not having had enough tax sales and that there was a wad of money out there either through having the sale or the threat of the sale that people would turn in their tax money. And I don't see anything in here, I may have missed it, that suggests that we're going to get some money this coming year from that happening?
Well, historically, you don't budget, collect black revenue collection. You just budget. You just collect it. I will say this: that I don't know if everybody's aware of it, but the state of Vermont changed the rules on tax sales last year. Prior to this cycle, right, as the minute that you didn't pay your taxes in May 15th, you were considered delinquent. You could be sent directly to tax sale. Okay. Last year or the year before, which took effect this year, the legislature changed it so that a tax bill has to be 12 months old before it can be sent. So part of this whole process that's been delayed is that instead of, you immediately lose 12 months off your collection, so it ends up putting a full year at any given time in your outstanding revenue. Okay, because you're right, from what I've seen, which has been very interesting for me, there are many people that don't pay until they get sent to tax sale. They're willing to pay the fees, and it immediately creates a 12-month period where that threat is non-existent. However, I think you will collect a great deal of that over the next 12 months.
Well, if I could just add to that,
yeah.
Actually, my understanding is that the number, I think, was $638,000 in the audit, roughly. Mm-hmm. And conversation I had with Chip a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, was that in the process of people coming in to pay their tax bills, they discovered that they were in arrears, and almost half of it was paid. So my understanding, Chip will be able to confirm this in 2 weeks when we meet with him. My understanding, and I don't know, Jim, if you know this number off the top of your head, is we were down closer to $300,000 in arrears.
And so that would be income for the previous year, not this budget, it would be for...
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that calculation works itself out, whether it just improves our cash position or it counts as old revenue or new, I don't know.
Okay.
It's beyond me.
Well, it would be broken down too, I would think, because the interest and collector's fees portion of it would be in the current budget. Because you don't budget those necessarily.
Right.
Okay.
Because the city gets to keep the collector's fees because the city manager is the tax collector.
Right.
Just some other quick questions. What is the hold harmless reimbursement? We estimate it to be about $27,000 for the next year. I haven't heard of that, I don't know what it means.
Yeah, we get that every year. I don't know what the amount is, but we get a whole harvest from this year.
Hold harmless meaning?
I don't know. I figured Frank would know that. He's the tax collector.
I don't think that had anything to do with tax collection.
I don't know. We'll ask the question again because I don't think anybody here can answer for
But we do get it every year.
There's a line of credit line on this budget. Let's see where it went. Oh, that's down at line 69, and it's blank all the way across. And I know we've had a line of credit this year, so why is that line blank?
It's blank because we're going to look at all of the debt schedule over the next 2 weeks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got you. There's a thing called a MERP, line 48, a MERP grant.
Here you go, Carter. It's your big moment in the sun.
Yeah. It's a reimbursement grant, and so we talked about it actually today. So as the projects come, we just turn around, and the state actually very quickly turns them around within 7 business days. So we're not, so far we've only reimbursed for improvements on the gateway, and we replaced a propane burner. And I'm sure that will start to greatly increase as we chip away at some other heavy-hitting priority projects soon. But I think it would be unfair or inaccurate to post or list the total amount that was awarded because we have not reimbursed for it yet. And it is not in our coffers. So.
And I thought there was an NCRC reimbursement, and that's blank. Is that because it's turned into some NDD thing?
No, it's blank because NDD waited until there was cash at the city before we invoiced for the $30,000. So the invoice is actually, it'll probably be in the AP. It might have been in the one we signed tonight, or it'll be next time, I can't remember.
And do we know what miscellaneous income is? At one point,
Miscellaneous?
Miscellaneous.
Okay.
I don't know.
The Walmart funds are down at 0 too, all across the way. Is there a reason for that?
So one of the actions that Chip has asked us to do tonight would be to, among a number of others, reestablish a fund within the chart of accounts to allow for tracking for the Walmart reserve. It has the same money up until the action we took tonight. It had, I think, $384,000 or $86,000 in it, and it still does. So minus the contract we just approved.
And then on line 79, it has refunds, and at least in 2025, we took in $16,000 in refunds, and it has 0 budgeted for how much we're going to bring in estimate in refunds for 2027. And to date, we've already brought in $6,000 in refunds, whatever you're getting refunded for, I don't have no idea. But why is there no estimate for how much we're going to get in refunds coming up?
I don't know anything about that one.
That's line 79.
I can look at what is being refunded, but I would say there's no estimate since it's not a consistent amount. We probably don't know. It looks like it hasn't had any estimate for the last 2 years at least.
Okay. And if there's a transfer in line, what's that transferring in from?
Is it zeroed at the moment?
I lost it. I should have written the number down.
It's the last line.
And is it zeroed? Yeah. I suspect that that's what Chip is working toward with the interfund transfers.
Okay.
That would be consistent with it being zeroed at this point.
Now, the city manager salary is going up to $184,225. Does that include any of the transfer that normally took place to water and sewage, or is that it before any transfers take place?
There are no transfers. That's the full amount of 2 salaries. The city manager salary, which we budgeted at $125,000, and the financial and office administrator salary, which we budgeted in the high 50s, 57, 58,000, I think.
Now, I noticed that the treasury salary actually was $83,000 in 2025. And we budgeted $110,379 for this year for that, which would have been up $27,000, which is a lot. Obviously, it's only going up to $114,000, so I'm not sort of concerned about that. But why did it go up $27,000?
Because it's money coming back in that we would have attributed to the, which one is it?
To sewer.
To sewer, I always get them mixed up. 12.5% last year was buried in sewer. This year it's all been brought back in. And one thing you should know is that the baseline we've assumed is a 3% increase for cost of living only. So every salary at this point has been projected with only a 3% cost of living increase.
Okay.
And also included in that is the vacation holiday and all that stuff, that makes it a little higher too.
And
So it's
Robin
Right,
in one
and
line.
we
Stacy.
pulled it all into one area.
And Robin and Stacy,
Yeah,
not just
and that's
you,
3
yeah.
salaries split in half.
Yeah.
Right, half are in clerk and half are in treasurer.
Okay. And I think, we have a shiny annual report, which costs us $8,000 a year. But we used to have a dull annual report. It held together better. If you notice, the shiny one falls apart fast because the glue doesn't stick onto it. We could save $2,000 probably if we went back to the old dull annual report. Just a thought. Bonding of council. I have a number of $106,500.
Legal.
Pardon?
It's
Oh, that's, okay. So I think that's one of those areas where it was a catch-all for several things and it ended up with the name bond on it. But what that is actually legal counsel. So that has all the legal fees that we would be paying. It's not bonds for council members.
Okay.
Although I think it includes a modest amount for bonds for council members in there somewhere.
And in line 390, what are contracted services? They're going up from,
It's almost entirely a contract with NEMRIC for chip services.
well, the actuals on that for 2025 were 53,000. Is 12,000 a reasonable figure for your estimate?
He wasn't here in FY '25, Chip wasn't, so I don't know what was stuck in there for FY '25. I'd have
I
to
mean,
look.
yeah, for 2027, we've only listed 12,000. Are we optimistic there, or is this service?
No, the reason we did that, good question. The reason we did that, I think to date we've spent, this is a seat of my pants guess, somewhere in the neighborhood of $40,000 to $50,000, probably 40
50.
to date. Okay.
No, actually, it says you've only spent 5,000 to date, if that's for him.
He's currently being charged with a city manager salary.
Okay, so that's the place we need to clean up a little
Yeah,
bit.
I actually think that may be raw.
No, hold on, Frank, please.
No.
The reason it's only 12,000 next year is because the assumption is that we can go back to the minimum amount of the contract with NEMRIC, which this year was $11,000, because we will have both a full-time financial and office administrator who now has a year under her belt and a new city manager in place. So our expectation is that that contract will go down considerably next year to the minimum amount that NEMRIC would charge. And at some point, in consultation with our bankers, I expect that we'll be able to wean ourselves off of the NEMRIC contract entirely. But right now, we can't do that because the bankers have made it a condition of the loans we've taken.
Two more questions, I think. Line 402 talks about grant administration. Did your grant administration go down to 0?
Yes, earlier I mentioned to you, it's been pulled into the salary line for the zoning assessment and what is now including grants.
And this one last thing, employment practice insurance, up to 22,500 from 14.5. Seems employment practices insurance. Anyone know why
I don't know,
it's
you
not
don't
like
have
it?
I think that's part of the VLCT.
Yeah, it's through VLCT, so I would have used actual, so I suspect that it was under budgeted. I mean, if you look at FY '25, we spent 16.5, it probably realistically went up to like 20 in FY '26, and is now going up to like 23, is what I suspect is happening. I suspect that FY '26 was under budgeted.
Good enough, thank you.
You're welcome, thank you for your questions. Lori?
Just a very quick statement, and this is about the chart of accounts, as I recall from Chip, and check with him, but I think as he was putting together the new chart, in order for things to match, there were places where he had to create lines, just 0 lines, to be able to match up with what comes in from the past, to a point, so that he's matching the current budget with the new budget, and then as we move forward, we can get rid of things that we're not using, but in order to move forward, we have to have a full chart that kind of brings everything in.
Right.
So.
Carrie's created this really fun tool that's shiny and fun to play with. Travis had fun with it today, where if you can go onto her special spreadsheet, type in an old account number and hit enter, and it will give you the new account number that it corresponds to, and vice versa. So that our staff, as they're working on their budgets for this year, can easily see how one correlates to another.
Nice.
Okay, any other questions for this portion of the budget? All right, then. Sorry, Jay.
One really, really quick, simple question to Frank. So you said that the state changed the time frame on delinquent taxes for a year, delayed it. Do we still collect penalties? Okay, through that 12 months?
Signed in the same manner that they were before.
Okay, it's not just put aside, just that.
No, and that includes utilities as well. The year holding period applies to utilities as well.
Great, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we're gonna release Frank and invite Chief Bingham. Come sit in the hot seat. Smile, Chief, it'll be over soon. Okay, we've done all the background I think we need to do, so if you want to just launch, Travis, about what you think you want folks to know about here.
Yeah, perfect. I can say that I feel way more comfortable with these numbers this year than I did last year. And Carrie was very, very helpful in putting this together with me, so I appreciate that. I'll start with the revenue side of things for the police department. Not a lot of big changes there. There's two things I will point out though. Under SRO, you'll see that the actuals are actually down a little bit lower. And what I did was I took the 4-year average hours that our SRO is working over there to get a more realistic number, because I was coming in well under the number that I had in there. So trying to help the school out a little bit with a more accurate budget, and then trying to get more accurate revenue actuals for what we're actually doing. So that's how I came to that number. Down to the other big thing under revenue for us is our dispatch income. And I'll just point out that this is based off, the number that you see there, the $320,000 is based off the calendar year for 2026. So we will take in half of that under this budget, and then the other half under FY28. I don't have the numbers for FY28 because I can't get those numbers until this year ends. So it's going to be at least that. It'll probably be a little bit more because typically budgets don't decrease. If anything, they stay the same or increase a little bit, but it will be at least that. But just thought that was important to point out. And that's really it under revenue. Animal control, there was some, there's been some conversations about where we're going to go with that as far as the police department, or maybe trying to contract that out. It's still under here for us as of right now. Renee Falconer is trying to get something countywide that is going to be a full-time position for her, and if that comes to fruition, there'll probably be a further conversation with everybody at the table. So I'll go on to the expense side of things. I think I'll just start saying that, our 90% of my budget is salaries and benefits. I think our bottom line is like 2.7, and salaries and benefits are like 2.4 of this budget. So it really only leaves me like $371,000 for operating expenses. I just thought it was interesting to break it down that way because I don't have a lot of control over the salary and benefits. It's based off the staff that we have. It's based off the contract negotiations that are going to be happening very soon because their contract ends in July. And Rick had already mentioned it, but all the salaries, everything that you see on here is a 3% increase across the board. And this includes all the full-time officers, full-time dispatchers, part-time officers, and part-time dispatchers. So that's, and again, someone had said it earlier as well, but this is vacation, this is holiday, this is salaries, all encompassed into...
Overtime too, right? No, overtime here is separate?
Yeah. And this, so everything is encompassed in salaries. Overtime is increase, I put it up to 120, and I did this based off the actuals from last year. Like, it's really hard, like, I would love to have that number much lower, but the reality is it seems like there's always, someone's having a baby, someone's out on workman's comp, there's always shifts that are having to get filled, and that's where a bulk of our overtime comes from. And I base this off the actuals that we've had in conversations with on Skip on how to kind of calculate this per officer, so that's why you'll see an increase there. Again, everything else, the Social Security is overtime and salaries included. The other big one that I'm sure you guys saw was the health insurance. This number reflects a 2% increase from last year. And just to, like, I don't want to go too far into the weeds on this, but this is part of their benefits package that they get. So a single plan is $12,000, a spouse is $23,500, and a family plan is $33,000. So in my whole department, I have a total of 15 people that are on the health insurance and 5 that are not on it. So it's a good benefit for them. It is very costly when you look at it and break it down in that way.
Can we just pause there for a minute?
Yeah.
Carrie, do you want to say another word about kind of what our projection has been over a number of years on the health insurance? Because this line actually has been really challenging to get our heads around. And there's been dramatic increases here.
I think it's been I think it's a combination of factors, and obviously I wasn't here, but I think from what I heard from Stacy downstairs, there was a pretty significant increase from calendar year 2024 into 2025. Luckily, as you saw from Jack a month ago, the increase this year I think is like 2%. So what I budgeted is the plans that people are currently on for 6 months on the 2026 rates, and then I budgeted a 6-month period with a 2% increase. That's assuming that the increase is similar to what we just saw. I think like Travis was saying, I mean, it's a little bit hard to budget for because you don't exactly know if a couple plan is about to become a family plan, which is then a $12,000 whatever increase. So I think it's a combination of factors making it challenging the past couple of years to budget for, but that's where we're at. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I think I would just add that we have, in my judgment, and I think Carrie would concur, we've substantially under budgeted in this category for what I think this would be the last 3 years at least. And you know, it's hard to tell exactly what drove that.
Right.
I think part of what may have been helping to drive it is, you know, last year we didn't have the audit from the previous year, nor did we have year-to-date effectively. So, you know, last year that really was flying blind. It was trying to just guess it, but basically by looking at what we had budgeted the previous year, not what we actually spent the previous year. So the irony is that it looks like a really big jump this year over what we budgeted last year, but if you look at the actuals, it's actually a relatively modest jump this year compared to what it was last year. Thank you. Keep going, Travis.
Yep. Moving down to the other, like with consolidating all of these chart of accounts, it kind of made my whole section like super small now, and like everything is just encompassed into one. So like communications, right? Like that number that's in there now says $40,000 is probably going to be closer to $47,000 after going back through this. But that encompasses like a lot of different things, and Carrie and I kind of broke it down a little bit. So like phone data and internet's like $18,000 that we spend just on that. We have another about $3,000 on just email accounts. We have an Equature program that's our recording software for phones and radios. That's like $4,500 a year. And then the incidentals of like, hey, our repeater just went down and we have to fix it. There's $10,000. Hey, our console went down for dispatch, we have to fix it. There's another $10,000. And we've had that issue over the last couple years. So there's some incidentals in there for Radio North, things like that, and updating new computers in the patrol room when those go bad. So things like that. But I feel more comfortable with this number now. And that's why, but again, it's going to be closer to probably 47,000 for the final budget that you guys will see. Police liability insurance, that went up, and again, these are based off the actuals that we had, and you can see, right, like, so FY25, FY26, it was $45,000, $45,000. Like, I never had those numbers to plug in there that were accurate. Carrie was able to get those numbers that are accurate from VLCT, and what you see here under the 27 is a more accurate depiction of what the liability insurance is actually going to be. So that's why you see an increase there. What else?
The teaser leases moved to debt service.
Yeah, so, yeah, the only other things that are really left on here for the expense side of things are like the vehicle repair and maintenance, and then there's another one that says vehicle maintenance supply that's zeroed. I'm with you, Carter, like I'd love to get rid of all the zeros in here, just have the actual numbers. But the repair and maintenance takes care of our whole fleet essentially, and we spend a bulk of that money on tires for summer and winter tires. And then at the bottom, again, under equipment, and we spend the bulk of that money on ammo for training that we do every year. So but that essentially covers everything that we wear on our person. And again, like a few of the big ticket items for the police department that you don't see under revenue or the expense budget are under debt services, and then as well under the capital plan that you guys will see. So that's what I got.
And just a precursor on that, just so you know, one of the things that we've asked Travis to Carrie to work on is as we work on the capital plan, we're trying to make a plan to buy a cruiser outright next year instead of continuing the cycle where every time we buy a car, we pay tens of thousands of dollars in interest.
Right.
So we're trying to get ourselves out of the habit of using credit to do that. We'll know more about that in 2 weeks, what its implications are. Okay, council members, any questions or comments about this section?
You covered mine, mostly like the communications and.
Gotcha.
The Stone Garden stuff.
Yep.
Where is that? Where does that, is that completely reimbursed for?
It is, it's 100% reimbursed, and we don't account for it in here because I honestly don't know from year to year what I'm gonna get for money to spend on that. And that is line, you'll see it on 167.
Any other questions? Folks in the community, any questions about this section? Crickets. Congratulations, Chief.
Yes.
Thank you, Travis, for all your work every day and for this too.
Yeah, until next time.
Yeah, until next time. All right, Tom, you're up.
Evening.
How are you?
Not bad, yourselves? Well, I go through my big spiel, but everybody else has talked about it, so, I guess everybody knows all our salaries are all combined as one. Travis had mentioned his overtime is not, mine is. It also covers on-call and longevity pay. Under our salaries, it's all one.
Can you speak up just a little?
All right, just speak up a little bit if you could, please.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
You will see that as Rick had said, 3 employees that were always split between Public Works, Water, and Sewer are now in my Public Works budget. Adds it's almost $125,000 into that budget. I'm the only one that's still split, Public Works, Water, and Sewer, as far as salaries. It's been a little confusing for me as far as the budget goes, putting everything together, but just so you know, so all my 7 line items in Public Works, got admin, street maintenance, winter maintenance, storm maintenance, traffic. You're gonna see under materials, I'll just pick that as one as first, a pretty big number of, I think it was 220,000.
215.
215. That covers all of it. So it's salt, sand, asphalt, anything, pipe for drain, for stormwater, all included into that materials budget. Same with repair and maintenance. Everything from all those 7 items are all pooled into one now. Repairs, fuel, it does make it easier to pull it all. It's all one big number now, but it kind of does away with the 7 line items that I actually worked off of. Overall, the budget, bringing in the 3 employees now under Public Works and not under Water and Sewer, if you're looking at the overall percentage, actually I was working with Carrie, it was quite high at first. We've changed a few things actually since she submitted this. It was at 24%, but we've found a few things that we've reduced it down. So now I'm currently at 17.
Yeah.
But
Go
I
ahead,
can
Kim.
explain, so line 540.5, which is the line that I added manually, you'll see in your version, those are positive numbers for the expenses, but that's not the way it should be. So this is what you're getting at, is if you did the calculation for what's on the paper, you'd see a 24%, but really that $96,000 should be a negative number, which then puts you at like 1.5 something for 1.532 for the budget for FY26. And same for FY25. And actually now that line exists in the real world. So couple things of changes to CHIPS.
So that increase also includes the 3 employees that are now.
Correct. So the last we left it, my overall budget was showing a 17% increase, but really it's a 7 because we're bringing 10% of that is bringing those employees over out of water and sewer.
Which they'll end up getting distributed just
Transferred.
different, yeah.
Transferred when.
However, I would hasten to add, don't get too comfortable with those percentages either, because the capital improvement stuff isn't in there yet. You know,
This is just
looking at this first
my
portion.
general fund budget,
Right.
correctly. Currently at saying a 7% increase. Of course, like everything, and I do appreciate what Carrie's did. Travis mentioned it. Last year, we were kind of stabbing at the dark with a lot of the insurance, the FICA, and all those numbers. None of us felt very secure about it. That being said, there is increases there. Public Works is going to have a negotiations too. We're running with 3%, assuming that's where they'll land, but their contract runs out the end of June. About all I've got. I don't have a glamorous, I don't have revenue. The only thing I get for revenue is state aid to highway.
You and the fire department complaining that you don't have revenue, it's pretty funny.
I'd like to offer something there.
I wish you could.
Go ahead, Kurt.
You brought the streetlights, electricity. Is that for like the signals
That's for everything. So
and the lights? Like,
correct.
okay.
Everything lit up in the city is that number which we separated out, which we have an issue with.
It was in salary, Chip had to put it in salaries. And Tom, just for reference, I think there's 52 lines that went into your one salary line.
Yeah.
So there was a bit of untangling to do. And that was one of the things that got untangled.
Because that is like shocking that that's a lot.
It's a big number.
Yeah, and
that's
are
why
they all
things weren't
like
adding up when I
Yeah.
tried to figure it out. It's like, wait a minute.
But I mean,
that's
at
not
least
right.
at the same time, I always, the Vermont Electric Co-op bills, sometimes they are very high, and that's probably a good chunk of that. Are all of our streetlights LED? Are there still some that are?
Probably 98% of them.
Okay.
The Causeway is not. There's some on Western Avenue that are not. There's a few stragglers around.
Yeah.
We're trying to eliminate them as we can, but yeah.
Okay, and I bet, and if it does incorporate like the signals, those operations, and that's more than just a light that comes on when it's dark, and then there's more going on there. So that makes sense. I just wanted to know if that was a way we could, but it sounds like it's on your radar. And
How many streetlights do we actually have?
yeah.
I have a list somewhere.
We're not quite that small a town, but we're close.
Basically, the ones that are on the pole, we're paying rent for them, per pole. So if we have a light out, we contact Vermont Electric, they come and change that bulb. But we're basically renting the light on the pole.
Oh, okay, so they actually own those lights then?
They own the pole and the light,
Yeah.
Causeway we own, Main Street we own.
Oh, okay,
Those-
so if they're on a utility pole?
If they're on a utility pole, they're Vermont
Yes,
Electric.
exactly.
But the
I
power is
understand.
all in that one line item.
Yeah.
But probably also the rent is in that line item.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So it's not just power. Yeah.
That's okay. That might be the missing piece.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
like that's a kilowatt.
Carter, I caught Carter the other night going around trying to switch the poles on.
Is that separate?
If it's on a pole part, there is some in there that are Vermont Electrics, for sure.
Yeah, but the lights for the ball fields are not.
No,
correct?
no, those would be on.
So the ball field lights and that sort of thing are included in your streetlight item?
They would be, no, they would be a utility line item in Gardner Park.
Other questions for Tom?
No, thanks for working with the new chart of accounts. Yeah, I know it.
It's probably one of the bigger.
Yeah, I know that, yeah.
He had a lot of time sitting on a deer stand in Ohio to think about how to do it. So.
I haven't dove into coding any bills yet, I'll let you know how.
Don't go anywhere yet, Tom. Questions in the community, Lori?
So, it's okay to ask Tom directly. So in looking at this and kind of thinking, and I don't have it in front of me the last year's or this year's budget, there was some question about like consolidation, which is kind of the goal of, instead of splitting out everything into, you know, winter salt and then this thing and then that thing. Did you find this process better for you? I mean, it sounds like you did, but I guess that's what I'm asking, is just to see.
I think, I can't speak for everybody, all departments, but I think after we get past this year, I think it's gonna be much easier. I think my biggest fear, and we're still finding a few things that I don't wanna miss a big item. So that's why getting every line, you know, on my normal expenditure with 7 different categories and making sure I'm not missing something, because I can't make that up. You know, even if it was a $5,000 miss, you've got to absorb that somewhere. I think in the end, I think it's going to be much easier. It'll be a struggle.
For a little while.
I won't lie.
Ann, go ahead.
Just a few questions. The AOT paving grant that we got, $200,000 actual for in 2025. I don't see that carrying through. Is there a reason? What was it for? I know it was for paving.
We paved the Glen Road.
I'm sorry?
We paved the Glen Road, and that was actually last year. We paved it. Total cost was $339,000, and the state paid for $200 of it.
And we don't expect any such thing happening?
I won't get a paving grant for probably another 3 years.
Okay. And then with respect to salaries, just a couple of things. How much of the salaries is overtime?
Overall, if I am
of the $796,000.
I think I budgeted $24,000 for the year for public works for overtime.
And water and sewage?
No, this is just my.
Yeah, we aren't looking at water and sewer budgets yet.
This is just public works.
Agreed, but all the men, I thought, are all the men and women from water and sewage included in here that
The only person that is still split is my salary. I'll be split 3 ways: water, sewer, and public works. Everybody else, including Carrie had or the admin salary and the city managers, were split into water and sewer in my budget, and they're no longer, it's not.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, because I might be on this one. You do have several people who are totally dedicated in water and sewer, and they're in those other budgets.
If we're talking, when we get to the water and sewer budget, so I have my wastewater operators. I have 4 employees at the wastewater plant. That's all they do is wastewater and water. Public works, I've taken them all out. They're all in the general fund. That's why about $125,000 added to my salaries in this budget we're projecting.
So, but then you're saying that of the $796,000 attributed to all the people in public works, wherever they may actually wind up, only $24,000 of that will be overtime money?
That is budgeted, yes.
Okay. And then you explained about the Rebecca position. What about the 2 parks people that were originally attributed to recreation and then over the years merged? And are they in yours or in recreation?
They joined the union. There's only one position. The other position at Prairie Beach, we abolished it. So there'd be only one position at Gardner Park, and would be in the Gardner Park
Recreation.
Department.
Okay,
He's my employee, but he's under that budget.
and, okay, so that, I got it. Thank you.
Yep.
And would I be correct in assuming that once Chip does all his math for interfund transfers, that there's going to be an income item
Yes,
showed under Public Works
that's right.
to offset an
You'll get some
expense
income.
item in water and sewer?
See, I told you it was gonna be good at the end of the day.
In other words, the
Of course, we're taking it from your other two funds.
Intercompany transfer. Intercompany transfer.
Okay, any final questions for Tom? Tom, while we've got you, could you just give the council a quick update on the causeway?
Okay, so.
I know it's not quick, but
No, that's all right. Electric light showed up today, midday. We were expecting them this morning, but they showed up midday. Started at the Gardner Park intersection. All 4 mast arms are up, not the cantilever piece that goes across. They pulled all the wires in that section and moved on to the interchange. They're hoping to have all the steel up this week. If they keep the crew that they have here moving, I'm hoping within a couple 3 weeks they'll be done. We had a meeting with Vermont Electric and the engineer today to coordinate the 2 power sources. One that feeds from East Main, Main Street to the I-91 access road. And then the other half down by Vista or Gardner Park is fed from that same hole on the Vista side. So hopefully coordinating wise, we're gonna definitely see some drastic changes here in the next few weeks. So
thank you,
we're
Tom.
hoping to clean it up, finish it. So
Thank you.
I'll just say it's been pretty remarkable to be able to watch from kind of inside the process. You know, we've got, in addition to everything it takes to keep the city running and the streets paved and repaved and the sewer lines that get fixed in the middle of the night and water lines and that kind of stuff. It's also true that we finished the Gardner Park playground this year. We got the water tower is complete and functioning, and the causeway is likely to be done by the end of the year. So it's just been, that list could actually go on and on. Off the top of my head, I could name another half dozen projects. So thank you for all the work you've been doing with your team.
thank you for your support.
Carrie, last thanks is to you, because this is a whole different ballgame than a year ago. So thank you for all your dogged pursuit of real numbers. Okay, council members, everybody okay? Can we move on to the next item? Anybody need a bio break? Never let it be said that the mayor is insensitive to biological needs. Let's see, Frank, I think you're up on errors and omissions, right?
Okay. Hello? You want me to sit up here?
Yeah, come have a seat.
The grand list, the as-built grand list was filed in the city clerk's office back in August. And after that process is complete,
So Frank, do me a favor, just turn your chair a little bit, with your back a little bit toward me, and that will help the camera. That's enough, just like that.
Thank you.
Once that process is complete, any adjustments that need to be made have to be approved by you. I cannot change, I can do housekeeping, but I cannot change any values or ownership or anything like that after that is done. So this is the final step that we take before we file the final grand list with the state the first part of January. So we had one adjustment that I want to make, and you have to approve it. Okay, we had a parcel that transferred, I think it's on the second page. Yeah, it's a better description of it for you. There was a parcel that transferred, and it was a little unclear. The parcel transferred without all of the land that was associated with the house. A very small portion of land was kept by the previous owner, and I did not separate it in that manner. So we have to break those two parcels apart. I think the net effect is what, 13,900. Yeah, it ended up being about $10,000 in our favor. So you'll end up with 2 parcels instead of 1, which increases the overall value. And I need to have you sign the certification form to allow me to change these values so that I can have these 2 parties rebuild with the proper correct amount.
So this will require a motion plus all of our signatures, Frank?
Yes.
On this one? And I confess, I can't find the one did you hand it to me, the original you need? Or did Carrie keep it?
Yes, Carrie gave it to you.
Is that the end?
And I actually asked this afternoon. So.
My packet's gotten all messed up because I had so much paper up here tonight. Keep talking.
You want me to go print one?
We may need one in a minute. I'll know in a minute. Are there questions for Frank regarding the errors and omissions?
Yeah, it seems like just a pretty straightforward technical
I found
correction.
it.
They don't do what you do, John, and they note it on the thing. So, and it's a very small lot. So yeah, it's a very simple correction.
Yeah. Well, I'll make a motion that we approve it
While it's in the mayor's hot little hands.
It's right there.
I got it. You thought I wouldn't find it. I was just trying to give you a hard feeling.
I'll second that.
I got a motion and a second. Any comment or question from council members? Any comments or questions from the community? Hearing none, all in favor of approving, and we're all going to sign it, so you don't have to authorize me. All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. So Frank, let's just make sure we're signing in the right spot.
Yep.
So this is all I have to do. This right? No. We sign 5 of us right here?
Yes, and then Jim needs to certify it.
Okay. Right below me.
Oh, I copied you and you were wrong. You said it was the first of,
Oh,
I added 2.
thank you. Right, I said it was January 1st, 2025. Nothing like.
Some long days, John. You should go on the other
Not yet.
It's on preparation.
It's on. The words no, John. The words no.
It has been for quite a while. It's the backlog of misery that's taking the time.
I don't know if you want to do that now, Jim, or you want to wait until give it back to me tomorrow. It's up to you.
I'll do it.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so Jim, you're going to keep it and get a copy to Frank tomorrow, or vice
I'm
versa?
gonna give it to him right now.
Okay, good. And then Frank, you'll get a copy back to Jim right away?
I have to attach it to the grand list.
No, I'm saying make a copy so Jim has it for his records and just hand him the copy with the signatures on it, please.
Yeah, this actually gets attached to my grand list as part of the permanent records downstairs. Jim doesn't.
Oh, I misunderstood. Thank you.
You want me to fill in that back?
Right here, Frank.
Yep. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, council members, item 8, discussion regarding the draft of proposed charter. I want to make just a couple of comments as we get started. I've been thinking about this, as I know a lot of people in this room have been thinking about this over the last several weeks. one of the things that's really clear to me is that this conversation touches on a lot of experience in this room. A lot of folks who have been, I'll just say there's been clear neglect. There's been mismanagement in a variety of different places, carried out at a variety of different times. There have been a lot of folks who have been personally hurt, in my judgment, by what I think were inappropriate applications of the charter that we have now. And the charter, in my experience watching council meetings over the last several years, has often been the focal point of a lot of that anger and hurt and mistrust and fear about the future. And I just want to say, I think I know everyone looking around. I know everybody in this room personally, and I know all of you on council personally, and I value everybody's opinion. And I would ask, as we speak tonight to this really challenging set of questions, that everyone would remember that we come to the table with the best of intentions and not impugn motive. So as you speak about your concerns about what's been proposed, council members and members of the community, I would ask you to be thoughtful about your comments and to frame them in that context, to assume the best of intentions. Whether or not we agree with one another at the end of the conversation is up for grabs, of course. So having said that, the way I'd like to talk about this evening is I'll give just a couple of comments about context that's developed over the weekend as I've spoken with our attorneys. I'm going to ask council members to weigh in on kind of where you are and how you're feeling, and any questions you have about the document, any things that you would like to raise as potential points of changing or improving the document, whether or not you think it's appropriate to go forward. Any of that is appropriate. I'm glad to see that we're starting this by 8 o'clock. We will give significant time to community residents to speak. I do not intend to limit your number of times speaking, as long as you are speaking to specific and different issues as they come up. But I will ask you to be thoughtful about how much time you are taking and to share respectfully. So as you share your concerns, I'll do everything I can to create enough space. But if at some point I feel as if one or several people are monopolizing the entire conversation to the detriment of others, I'll point it out and ask us to move on. And then we'll bring it back to the council table. I'm going to ask us not to get into back and forth. So council members, as you are hearing comments and concerns from the community residents, I would ask you to write down notes if you need them, because I'm not interested in a conversation back and forth with folks. We'll bring it back to the council table, and it will be a matter for council deliberation, having heard the concerns of community residents. Make sense? So I've been trying to create written memos for the council, which of course are available to the public as well, to the community residents as well, to keep everybody up to date. I wrote on Friday, largely in response to the document that Ann shared with us at the last meeting regarding the questions about the actual mechanics of trying to change the charter. I wrote to Dave Rue and asked a question about that, like what's actually got to be involved in that, and also asked him, in his judgment, whether or not we have enough time to appropriately warn the appropriate number, which is 2 public hearings on the actual document. So not counting this as a public hearing, do we still have time to do it? Dave asked me this morning. He spent some time thinking on it and wrote some response to that question over the weekend. This afternoon, early afternoon, I had another conversation with him for half an hour. Actually, the first long conversation we've had about it. And he asked me to send him the copy of what we've done so far, so we would have a rough idea. And he has provided some initial comments on that are global in nature. And I didn't have that early enough to hand it to you earlier, but each of the council members received that advice and counsel from our attorney, just so you all know that in the community. I'll say that Dave's judgment is that if we were to try and move ahead tonight it would require two motions. One is a motion to, I would request a motion, if we choose to go ahead tonight, to refer the document, however you would wish to amend it this evening, to SPNF. And Dave assures me that they would have the review of the document done and back to us by no later than December 22nd, which is when he's going on vacation.
What was that date again?
December 22nd.
Oh, sorry, I heard it sounded like November. I was like, I think we're a little.
No, we're a little beyond that one,
Yeah,
right?
Thank you.
So, so one motion would be to refer the matter with whatever changes from into the draft that you all would like to make as a result of the conversation tonight. And then we would hear back from the attorneys, and I suspect they will come back with all kinds of thoughts and ideas about other things that should be changed and shifted and tightened and clarified. The second motion tonight, if we were to be interested in trying to move the process ahead, would be to warn the first of two public hearings. And if we wanted to warn that meeting to be a part of the public regular meeting of City Council on January 5th, then we would need to warn that meeting no later than Friday of this week to be 30 days ahead. Dave tells me there's actually room for interpretation in the way the state statutes read. That's the most conservative interpretation, is that we should leave a minimum of 30 days in advance. So his judgment is that if we wanted to try and start that process, it would be wise this evening to try and, to publicly warn that we will have a public hearing at the January 5th meeting about this matter, and that we would make available to the public the revisions. I'm not quite sure. We will have a version to share with the public by roughly December 24th, assuming they get it back to us by the 22nd. The day before Christmas, we would try and have something so that the community residents would have a little over 10 days to have the document in their hands to look at it before the first public meeting. Then we would have to warn a second meeting. If we were going to hold it, we could do that any number of ways. We could, Carter's made the case in a conversation with me today, and I think it's valuable insight, that it would be foolish to do this the same day as everything else we're taking on January 10th with all of the budget changes and a potential for bylaw revision. So my recommendation is that we follow that wisdom and not try and do a second public hearing on the charter on the 10th, but rather either create another meeting, a special meeting between the 5th and the 26th, which are our two regularly scheduled meetings in January. If you want, we could choose on the 15th of December to warn a meeting a month out, a special meeting. Or on the 15th of December when we meet, if we still think we're moving ahead, we could warn the regular meeting scheduled for the 26th. And that would be either one of those options would get us the second public hearing. And then on the 26th, the likelihood would be that we would determine whether or not the council feels comfortable recommending, basically approving the draft to be given, the final version of the draft to be given to the voters. And Jim would warn it. He has to do that no later than January 30th, publicly in the papers. That's the big thing. And then, of course, we've got to figure out how to set up all of the things that are being warned for that meeting in terms of printing the ballots and that kind of stuff that would happen the first week of February. Does that sound right to you, Jim? Mm-hmm. Okay. So that's just to kind of give you as clear an assessment as I can of what it would take. So if tonight you decide we're not going to go any further, we would simply take no action on it or some other action that you want to propose. If you decide you do want to move ahead tonight, we would need two actions. One to send the draft with any changes you want to the SPNF, and the other to warn a public hearing for January 5th. Any questions about process? Okay. Then I don't think I have anything more to say at this point. I'd love to hear what you all are thinking, having had a couple of weeks to look at the document.
Well, I'll start. This, as I think we've discussed before, was modeled primarily on the newest charter in the state, the City of Essex Junction, with modifications. It probably can be pared down considerably more. I took a very quick look at David's comments today. And generally speaking, it makes no sense to include in the charter provisions that are part of standard state law. I'll back up a bit and say that I actually checked. Only 66 of the 252 towns and cities in Vermont even have charters. All of the others rely on general state law, and of the 66, all of the cities do, in large part because general state law is written based on the premise that everything's a town. So to be a city, you need a charter that essentially adopts some form of mayor, council, manager, whatever form of government. Burlington and Rutland, the two largest cities in the state, have full-time 40-hour-a-week salaried paid mayors who are in essence the city manager. And they have council presidents who actually run the meetings, and the mayor kind of sits in what we consider to be the city manager's chair in terms of presentations to the council. Everybody else is in some form of council, is a council manager format. The structure and parameters of charters really are nowhere near as broad as writing a constitution, as somebody suggested at a prior meeting, in the sense that you write a constitution starting with a blank slate. It all depends on how you decide to structure your country. The charter is restricted by the Vermont Constitution and by the basic premise that Vermont is what's referred to as a Dillon's rule state, which is that residual political power is at the state level. Cities and towns have only those powers and duties that are specifically authorized by the state. And so the charter has to function within those parameters. And generally speaking, the charter should really address only points that deviate from the standard state law. For instance, the makeup of the council here and terms of office deviate from the standard, which is a 3-person select board, each of whom is elected for a 3-year term. So our charter provides for 2-year council terms, 2-year mayor terms, and staggering the terms, as an example. Most of what's in the old charter is frankly unnecessary, redundant, and was included at a time when there were no state laws governing most of those topics. And so in the absence of law governing most of those subjects, cities and more concentrated by Vermont standards, urban centers sought more regulatory powers, and that's where the long laundry list of archaic regulation of gunpowder storage and all those other things came from. In any event, the basic premise is that the charter really needs to address only those issues that deviate from the state law norm. So I think this could actually be cut down 3 or 4 or 5 more pages and still cover what it needs to cover, in the sense that a lot of it is essentially state law. I've heard concerns about a few things, and I wrote them down here someplace. Let's see. Yeah, in terms of indebtedness, I know Rick asked me a question about that. By simply not discussing indebtedness and not addressing it in the charter, we would then fall within the normal state rules for municipalities. which essentially say that any debt incurred for a term of greater than 1 year has to be approved by the voters, in other words, bonding, which is essentially what we do now. Any debt to be repaid in less than a year that can be repaid from current budget is handled exactly as it is now, such as the tax anticipation loan. So nothing really changes there. The one thing that really changes is that by eliminating charter provisions, we frankly probably make it easier for the Vermont Bond Bank and other lenders to figure out what we are and what we have authority to do, because they don't have to engage counsel to provide opinions on our unique charter. They're used to the rules that the majority of communities in Vermont have to follow. But the voters do not lose the ability to approve or reject any borrowing for a term of more than a year. As one specific example. I know another concern that I heard about was, does the charter have to address water and sewer in terms of the enterprise fund concept? And the answer to that is no, because state law covers that. Both the statutes governing municipal water systems and the statutes governing municipal sewer systems specifically provide that the expenses of those systems are to be paid by user fees. In other words, essentially an enterprise fund. And Newport's current water and sewer ordinances track that. Those provisions are in there. The provisions regarding the city manager that are in here are actually based on the state law that governs city managers. And they're based on that, and to a great extent, some of that may not even be necessary to include. That remains to be seen, I guess. But in any event, those provisions are based on state law. And there's a provision in the new one about the council's investigatory supervisory power to look into issues. And that's actually based on state law. There's a specific statute that creates that authority. What else was I going to mention? Oh, there was a question that I think some people have raised about whether the city manager should be an at-will employee or a for-cause employee. Well, both state law and the Vermont Supreme Court have said that the city manager is a for-cause employee. Otherwise, the two big changes in this draft are, I should say, a couple of things in here really reflect votes that the city has taken in the past. One is that the city manager is the delinquent tax collector. Another is that we have an assessor rather than a board of listers. In the past, the city has taken those votes. The provision regarding boards and commissions, I added to Rick's draft listing the Harbor Commission because the boards and commissions that are specifically named are the ones that actually have decision-making authority where decisions can be binding. And those are the Board of Civil Authority, the Board of Abatement of Taxes. I included the Planning Commission even though it's advisory only because of the makeup of the membership. And then the Development Review Board and the Harbor Commission. The change I made to Rick's draft essentially was I added the Harbor Commission because the Harbor Commission has specific decision-making authority in that the city received a delegation of authority from the state to be able to regulate the harbor. And so the Harbor Commission has specific decision-making authority concerning some issues. So it seemed to me that it made sense to include decision-making boards. Advisory boards can come and go as the need be, and general state law covers that. So there's no need to list all of the advisory boards. The other point that's really a change in here from past, or 2 points that are changes in here from past practice are, one, the notion of electing or appointing future clerk treasurers as opposed to electing. I personally think there are good arguments on both sides of that issue and good examples that can be pointed to statewide of the pluses and minuses of those issues. And then the final big change is that in recent years the legislature has been amenable to allowing charters to be amended to include a recall provision for elected officials, and the mayor has proposed including a recall provision. So that's in there. That's a big change. And I guess I'll leave it at that otherwise.
It's a great summary, thank you.
So I have a few things as well, and most of mine are all the same, are very similar. But it has to do with the power of the manager, really to reflect council approval before essentially the hiring or firing of someone, just as a safe fall for, you know, any disgruntled employee or such. And that may be in here in some different language, but I would really like to look at the safe falls for either someone that's disgruntled, or if there's reason, very good reasons to either terminate or appoint someone or hire someone, right? I also think that we should put something in there, and I know there's in our current state with all the different task force that we have, is have a separate commission for a loan from the current council for water and sewer, to really be able to stay focused on the water and sewer rates, work with the folks at the plants, and stay very engaged with them, so we can catch stuff that happens, you know, in the moment, as opposed to stuff that could be lingering for 2 to 3 years. This task force can stay, or this commission could stay well engaged and be able to bring back recommendations, and not leave it on the current water commissioners of the council.
Yeah, I've been looking at that from the water and sewer side, because I'm trying to work on rewriting those ordinances. I've been chipping away at the water one. And the city council is actually the board of water commissioners and the board of sewer commissioners. So one thought I had in my ordinance outline is to include provisions that mandate that the council sit as the Board of Sewer Commissioners, Board of Water Commissioners at some point in the winter during the budget cycle, specifically for the purpose of acting as that body and approving the budget for the upcoming fiscal year. My thought was to do that in December, January, so that it would be included in the annual report as having been approved by that Board of Commissioners. But mandating that the council sit that way periodically. Whether it would need, once, assuming things stabilize, whether it needs to be more than once a year would remain to be seen, but the council should be explicitly required to wear that hat at least once a year for the purpose of approving an expense budget and looking at the income side. And that should be a mandatory, automatic meeting, you know, whether it's November, December, early January, but somewhere in that time frame. You know, having the audit report in hand obviously is helpful for that too, for the same reasons that the operating budget needs it.
I have a clarifying question, and this is just admitting a area of I just don't know that much about. I had an assumption that assessors were basically listers and vice versa. That's clearly incorrect. Can you illuminate the difference?
Well, yeah, in layman's terms, it's the same thing. The listers are just people that run for the office in the community and are elected and basically kind of set their own schedule, do their own thing, and hopefully meet all the timeframes. And lots of towns are phasing out elected listers because it's one of the least desirable public offices from the point of view of being popular in town. It's time consuming enough that nobody runs for it unless they're retired or semi-retired, because they don't have time to do it otherwise. And in some towns, the listers have historically been more energetic than others as far as keeping up with things. So a lot of towns, quite a few of the towns around here, in fact, have moved to the professional assessor. And there are some companies, I've forgotten the name of the company, that I think Morgan, Charleston, Brownington maybe. There are 3 or 4 towns that actually all have the same rep, and the company that they've contracted with has a person who, between the multiple towns, it's essentially their full-time job to cover those several towns. But the trend seems to definitely be going in the direction for the smaller communities of contracting with a professional firm to do the work. I don't know if it's Nemrick or it's a name that's very similar. Maybe it is Nemrick that actually offers that service.
I think it is, because Larry mentioned it.
Who mentioned it?
Larry he's a state rep, but he's also a select board member in Morgan.
Oh, Larry Labor?
Yes, Larry Labor had mentioned that they are doing that in Morgan.
Yeah.
I think it's Nemrick.
Yeah, one of the listers in Charleston was very, very active and went to all the classes and got involved. And when Charleston decided to abolish listers, she actually went to work for them full time. And so she's the rep now that covers Morgan, Charleston, Brownington, I think one other town. And but there's definitely and Newport actually voted to eliminate listers and go with an assessor around the time of the 1990 reappraisal, actually, because the first person who was hired as city assessor had worked for the reappraisal company and moved to Newport and became the city assessor and the zoning administrator and wore those 2 hats. And then when he left, Bob Kelly, who's now the town manager in Derby, took that role for quite a few years. But yeah, so Newport's been doing it for 35 years now.
Okay, so this is just codifying, like you had said
Right,
earlier.
The process was that there had to be a vote at the city meeting back in that era, somewhere late 80s, 90ish, where they abolished the office of listers and went with the city assessor.
Do you have other questions, Carter, or comments?
No, I think I would just touch on the process that I do understand, and I wouldn't say large concerns. I just want to make sure we're, as far as like the timeline of achieving this, like when we say, you know, I do get that our current trajectory is that the revised draft proposed charter from comments of here and continuing that, the residents will have 10 days. But within that 10 days, there's Christmas and New Year's and my birthday. Not that that matters, but like those are big holiday events. My birthday. That's a busy time of year for folks. Like last week, I went and visited family, and it was really hard to manage. It's just a busy time of year, and so I just want to make sure that we are doing our absolute best, not just like our due diligence, but just really trying to get the word out, educate folks, and get feedback. And I know that it's also, snowbird time of year, and I just want to acknowledge that and at least offer my support and efforts to get engagement in the community and just educate folks to make sure that we're that it's not just like, oh, what happened? I just read this notice, and it passed that deadline for public meetings. But I also do just want to restate that I think that this is a really important, and I'm talking about the 2 public meetings that we need to have. I really do want to make sure that that's part of our so-called marketing, but making sure people know about those. Maybe there's virtual options, and to make sure that the conversation is complete. I don't want to leave anybody out just because of all of the reasons. So.
Okay.
My primary concern is part of the city manager's powers, and specifically section B and O of 302. I don't think the city manager should be appointing and supervising the clerk treasurer. I honestly believe those 2 should be separate, just because if you get a city manager that's corrupt, for example, and appoints a town manager or a clerk treasurer of the similar nature, we may not know about it till sometime later. I think the clerk treasurer and the city manager should both be appointed by the council and answer to the council.
I think that was based on Essex, but there are other communities that do it exactly as Kevin suggested. The council appoints the clerk treasurer independent, and the clerk treasurer is independent of the city manager.
And that's also in section 402 A and C. And there are other parts in the city managers and the clerk treasurers that talk about the city manager being the supervisor. I just think it should be a separate department, much like it is now, where, for example, the employees answered it to James, and he's elected, so he doesn't really answer to us, but there's a separation from him and the city manager's office. And a couple small points. Section 802 about the bonding. Right now, I think it's worded that the city shall pay for it, whereas I had shown you that Vermont League, they don't specifically call it bonding, but it fulfills all the requirements for the bonding without us having to pay money, which we don't have a lot of. So I think that could be, instead of mandating it, may, in the absence of other alternatives, require bonding or something.
Well, there's something called crime insurance that substitutes or supplants a bond. I frankly don't know a lot about it, but that's a good David Rue question as to whether crime insurance complete, which is, I think, what Kevin's referring to, whether that completely replaces a bond and serves all of the functions of a bond, or whether they're sort of overlapping circles as opposed to being the same thing. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. This is, again, a variation on the Essex one, but that's a good question because it could be rewritten to cover bonding or crime insurance if they truly do exactly the same thing. And if they're overlapping, but each provides something that the other doesn't, then it may be desirable to have both of them. From the point of view of really being covered, thinking of one of our local examples again. And if this were amended to have the council appoint the city clerk and treasurer, then supervision of the employees in that office should be the city clerk treasurer's responsibility, thinking chain of command. And independence, because it makes no sense to appoint a clerk treasurer and then have everybody that works for the clerk treasurer be loyal to someone else. The chain of command should be consistent. But yeah, those changes, it could be done either way. And those are two alternate ways of doing it within the subset of appointment versus election. With election, everybody that works in that office is independent automatically because their supervisor is the elected clerk treasurer. But with appointment, you could do it either way, depending on how you structure the appointment. And there's no, at least from a technical legal perspective, there's no impediment to doing it one way or the other, the way it's written here or what Kevin suggests. I kind of like Kevin's suggestion, frankly, from an independence point of view.
And the last one, although there's a bunch of small things, but on section 207, the compensation, and the city manager, section 302, section N. On the first one in 207, it says, the city council shall fix the compensation of all appointees and the city manager. Then on 302, except as otherwise provided in this charter or any applicable collective bargaining unit contract, the manager shall fix the compensation of city employees. Are they kind of...
Yeah, the distinction there is that in 207B, appointees are members of the Planning Commission, DRB, Harbor Commission, advisory bodies, that sort of thing, because those folks are not employees. They're appointees. Yeah.
And much like the budget process, it's something that ultimately we would review yearly and say 10% raise is too much, or...
Yeah, this doesn't change any of that.
Okay. The wage ones, thank you.
Yeah, it's helpful. So I have a couple of thoughts that I want to share. One is that I want to speak first to the reason that I have felt some urgency in doing this, kind of on the broad level. It really comes down to 2 or 3 items. One is that it seems to me, having been a careful observer of council and then participating for a year and more than a year and a half on council, that a lot of what we have been struggling with has been the ability to interpret the current charter in a variety of ways, insist that our way is the only way it can be interpreted, and then go to battle over it. And I believe in plain speak and being as straightforward as we can, and I think it's a reasonable expectation for the community residents in Newport to be able to read the charter and basically find it to be understandable and clear and concise. So that seems important to me kind of on a global level. The second thing that I think is really important is I've been thinking a lot about how we're going to attract our next city manager and how we attract someone of the highest possible professional ability and quality. And as I look at materials from searches conducted in other places, one of the things that is clearly important as professional city managers look at jobs, there are a number of things. I think, one, is it interesting to me? Is it a place I want to live? Is it interesting to me? Is it a job that will, stretch me, challenge me professionally? But third, how secure is my job? Can I be terminated without cause or by the whim of a couple of members of council who turn against me? And some places will even say that you need a supermajority. In our case, that's kind of a non-existent point because we only have 4 members, which means 3 is already effectively a supermajority, right? So I don't think that's not the question. But it does seem to me that providing some assurance to a prospective city manager that they will not be called out for their day-to-day management practices is an appropriate thing to do. I've had conversation with a lot of people, and I am convinced by the argument I've heard from many, I'd say consistently, that if we choose to move to the appointment of the treasurer, that it would be inappropriate to place the treasurer's fate in terms of job security under the city manager. So I think I'm agreeing with what I've heard several other people say about that. I agree that that's a thing that can and should be rectified in this draft. I would make the case, actually, that part of the urgency I feel about the charter change is that we are in a somewhat enviable position now that we have a long-standing treasurer who has served faithfully and who has announced that this is almost certainly his last term. He said that publicly. It's not news to anybody. And so it's a relatively... Oh, maybe? There's a maybe. That's a new maybe, Jim. But whatever. It's a relatively, in my judgment, it's a relatively non-political moment to make this decision, right? We don't have to make this decision in judgment of someone's performance. We can make it in a relatively dispassionate space and say, going forward, at the end of Jim's current term, which runs 2 years and 3 months longer, I think, right, Jim? At the end of his term, when he steps down, we will have a new process in place. And I just want to say publicly, I think the world of both Stacy and Robin, I think amazing work happens in that office downstairs. I'm not looking to try and crowd anybody out. I just think that we have a job that demands a very high level of skill. The world has changed dramatically since our current charter was drafted. And it makes sense for someone, and I can't think of any better body than the council, to be vetting the qualifications of a prospective candidate to serve as our treasurer. Just to play out a worst case scenario, if nobody wants the dreaded treasurer job, or only unqualified people want it, the voters vote and we get what we get. That's the fact of this kind of an election. And I'll point out that we pay pretty handsomely for this position. It's one of a handful of the highest paid positions in this city. So it seems to me that it's appropriate for the city to demand a certain level of expertise and professionalism in this position. So I would make the case that it's appropriate to change to appointment, and I would be supportive of the move to maintain the independence of the treasurer from the city manager and the treasurer's office, however we'd like to do that. I find your case, John, compelling, that it makes no sense to make some portion of that office accountable to one person and some portion accountable to another. So I agree with all of that. So there's a word in this that I would quibble with a little bit. I think John and I actually went back and forth on it, and that is initially we used the language, the council may choose to appoint a city manager. And we looked at it, and I talked with at least one other city manager who's done a lot of this, who said, you know, no, maybe it wasn't, maybe it was one of the attorneys, I can't remember now who said it to me, but their question was, does the word may actually create doubt on the state legislature end when we get to that? I hadn't thought at all about getting through the state legislature, but the shall is more definitive. I still maintain, actually, that I would like the council to have the ability to determine when and how it's appropriate to hire for that position. So I would be comfortable trying to use the word may if we need that word. I don't know what we need there.
I think it should be shall, but the other change in this charter is that if there's a vacancy in the office of the city manager, that I think I put in, or it was in the Essex one, but anyway, there's a section that deals with vacancy in the office where you have to actually designate somebody, because one of the issues that, as the mayor painfully knows, when there's nobody designated and there's a vacuum, who's attending to all those duties?
205.
And, yeah, 304 in the way that I have it organized. But in any event, there's direction to the council in there to appoint someone. And if you choose not to have a manager at all, then the question is, who's going to do that work? And does that mean that the mayor is the backdoor unpaid city manager?
Yeah.
That's what that comes down to. The other aspect of updating this that became apparent as I started reading charters from other communities, and I've read, I won't tell you that I've read all 66 because I skipped Burlington's, for instance, because it's a couple hundred pages. And not much of it seemed relevant to us. But just in terms of structure and organization, it looks like a lot of other communities have just tossed their old charters wholesale and rewritten them so that they're structurally organized more like this draft, where there's a different sense of organization. And if you look at just the cross-reference table and how you have to jump around in the old charter to find anything,
Yeah, I'll just say actually about that, and so that you know, I'm going back to the conversation I started with Dave Rue. He would like to do more research, but he was able to name off the top of his head a number of examples where cities across the state have done a strike all and a reform, a new charter entirely. So there is clearly precedence for it, but he wants to go and study the
legislature does that all the time when they write laws, and given that the legislature has the residual power to write the law and tell us what we can and can't do, a strike all as opposed to a 60 or 70 page bill full of strikeouts, underlines, and track changes in Microsoft Word or whatever they use makes no sense. I mean, it would be impossible for anyone to follow. The strike all concept with the cross-reference table is much simpler from the point of view of going back and forth and figuring out where things were.
So we've heard from folks on council. Is there anything else you would like to say before? One thing I want to say is how much I appreciate this opportunity, because we haven't had a chance as a council to talk about this together yet. This is our very first moment when I've been able to hear from others on council what specific ideas and thoughts and concerns y'all have. So I'm grateful for that. And if you think we've got enough on the table, we can turn to the community and begin to hear from folks in the community as well. Is that okay? Okay. Residents, go ahead, Ann.
Well, I guess as an introduction, I would like to say that I'm glad you changed the 3-minute limit because it seems a bit like we were not being respected. And most of the residents who are in this city have tried to do their best to support this council and Newport, and they voted for 5 of the things that we needed to get us out of debt and put us back in the, well, not out of debt, out of extremists, and get us back and get us back on the road. And I think they and the charter need to have a certain amount of respect paid to them. And secondly, I don't think time should be of essence in any way here. I mean, you've got to give it the time that it's needed. That shows respect for us, our rights, and the limits on council and the limits on other positions. And if you don't give it the time that is needed, simply because you are rushing for some other purpose, it's wrong. And I think that the value, and we have always done it this way when we've had an amendment in this city to our charter, is to have the little parts that are taken out, crossed over, and the little part that's being added on. And that way, anybody can see what's being changed. That's going, this is what's coming. And it's a one-step deal with respect to a specific section. And so you know that you can say yes or no to that. You like that. But another section later on you don't like, you can say no. As opposed to what's happening here, which is you buy it all, or you don't buy it all and you say no. Well, I mean, really, if there's something in the charter that I don't like as rewritten, I'm going to say no. There may be 5 things I would have liked, but I'm going to say no because that's important, and we get another chance later on, eventually, to change it. In addition, it gives you a chance, when you see it that way, to have somebody explain to you, why is this being changed? So for instance, I raised last time, I think it's section 3 and 8. It's on the right of citizens, 25 citizens, to call for a vote. They really get to call for a special meeting, which immediately triggers a vote on a vacancy on council. A vote, that's one of my rights under the current charter. It's one of my rights to get 25 people. And then instead of having, you know, this appointment that we've had recently, really, it was fine. You pick somebody that was fine, but the principal was there. Because the principal tells you that at any time, if you're just going to appoint somebody to fill a vacancy for 11 months, for instance, you could pick your sister. You can pick your best friend. And you can pick somebody that doesn't seem to have any qualifications, and that person can wind up on the council, unless citizens have the right to decide to ask for that petition, trigger the special meeting, and a special meeting triggers a vote on the vacancy. Now, you might, and that's gone. There's nothing in the new charter about 25 people. And if you don't have it in the charter, it defaults to what the state has, and that's the 5% rule. So you got to get 140 signatures to do the same thing. Well, that's a little tougher to do. And you guys don't even need to get 140 to get a petition going to get on the electorate to begin with. So I'm telling you that, I'm sorry, to get on to be a candidate for your positions. So I'm saying this is important. You're taking away a right, put it back in again. And the language that is so important is that the state says specifically about municipal charters is when the charter of a municipality provides for procedures other than those established by law, meaning the state law, the provisions of the charter shall prevail. Does that mean that you can write anything in the charter? Can you write things that are absurd at this point, like, you know, we're going to sentence people who have fines to labor prison where they're going to have to work hard labor? No, you can't do that anymore. It's against the principles that have been identified as part of social policy. But the municipal charter has a significance. It governs in the absence of, if it's got something in there. So it's 25 voters, or going to switch to 5%, which is like about 140. I don't know the answer to the question that was raised about, but I raised it about what it says about how these amendments should happen. But it's clear that the language in the 2645, and I can provide it, I provided it last week, but I can provide it again, and I have extra copies for anyone who wants to see it, it specifically says how amendments should be made, talks about cross-outs and deletions. It's important to do it that way because we've done it that way always. The state statute calls for it. And if some people got away without doing it that way, maybe nobody complained. You can get away with a lot if nobody complains. But that's important. Then as to specific provisions, and I'll stop after I've done one or two more, and then I'll come back for a little more time because I've got a lot of them. As to specific provisions, we've talked about the 25 vote. I want to talk about the limit on indebtedness that can happen. You know, we just saw our indebtedness go from whatever it was to $6.5 million more that we are now indebted because of the 5 propositions that we signed and okayed. Okay, how far can you go? Well, Jim has said over the years, and it is true, because I can do it under the old city charter, 3.5 times 100th of the whole grand list, which is about 320 million, is about $11.45 million. That is our city indebtedness limit. That
Without a vote.
No.
I reread it 3 times. Without a vote. Our current charter actually would allow us to go beyond with a vote from with an approval from the voters.
We need an approval.
We should look at it more carefully because I think you
at any rate, it's gone. It's gone completely. It doesn't tell us anything about the limits. The state does tell us about the limits, and I can provide that. It says a municipal and this is if it wasn't in our state charter that the limit was 11.5, we would resort to the limits in the state statute. It says a municipal corporation shall not incur an indebtedness for public improvements with its previously contracted indebtedness shall not in the aggregate exceed 10 times the amount of the last grand list, and they always mean when they say that, and you have to interpret it, 100th of the grand list. So this would mean 10 times the 3.2 million, 100th of 320 million, or this would allow us to go up to about $32 million in indebtedness. Can you imagine being at that limit? Is this the limit that you want to set? Or you could have decided instead of that limit that we would modify what this limit was. You didn't like it at 11.7? You want to add 2 more million? All right, you could do that. But this is the default option here, and we could get, let me tell you, we can get ourselves in a lot of trouble if our debt limit is $30 million. One more. I want to talk about the city manager. And Rick, you're right. We have had experience for about 8 or 9 years with a city manager. Now you may say, well, the limits that the city charter set on that city manager, they were strict. And the council had, a strong role to play in this. And she, what would we say? She tread upon whatever the rights of the city council were, to the point where Paul Manette said, the only thing left that I have power to do is set an agenda. A sad situation, because they allowed it to happen to them. And while there were limits, strong limits to what she was allowed to do and what the city council could have done. And when Beth Barnes came in, the first words out of her mouth to Beth Barnes after she had won the election was, "I don't think you can do it," or words to that effect. So it was a sad situation, and there was that control going on. And various people who came in afterwards, there was a, what's she called? Interim, the interim city manager. I mean, she walked in, and in most of her meetings she had a king in her hands. If I walked into a meeting, I would have a pawn in my hands as to who I am and what I represent. I represent myself as one of the people and one of the citizens in this community. I do not walk in with a crown, a king or a queen. It could have been a queen, and that might have been more appropriate, but it was a king, as I understand it. And she walked in to all of the meetings in which she wanted to get the job with a lawyer to help her make sure that she had all of the rights and the powers that Laura simply took. And I think you should give yourself more of a role as a council. You were voted in. You're right. You're not experts with respect to a lot of this stuff, but you want to learn, and you read the statutes. And, statutes aren't easy. You can change a charter, and, you can change 7 years ago to 87. We can change the Declaration of the Gettysburg Address, because who knows what 7 years mean until you go to the dictionary and it says that means 20, score means 20. You can figure these things out. Don't simply, let's not get rid of Shakespeare, because I don't really understand what he was writing in the 14th century or whenever he was writing. Try to learn what it says. You're going to have to figure out meanings, and we can also, if we're not careful, not even catch what was said. It said in this thing, with regard to the city clerk and treasurer, that the city council was going to appoint the city manager. Here we go. Section 402, the city clerk and city treasurer shall be appointed by the city council with the advice from the city manager. The bad thing about this thing is that it said, what after that, who supervises the treasurer? Thank you. Fill-ins. I need fill-ins, they go under, not crosses. They go under. Right, the city, because I get excited about this stuff. I think it's so important. I want you to be really careful and slow and really give us your all. It's so important. So it says,
Anna, we've gone almost 20 minutes, so I need you to wrap up your round of conversation.
I'm gonna wrap up this round. And it says they're gonna get fired. Because they're gonna get fired by the city manager, appointed by you, but then you lose all power because the city finance people have to report to the city manager. So you really have to spend some time figuring out how much power you want to give this person. I'll let other people talk.
Thank you.
Chris,
Chris, you want to speak?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lori. Thank you. Go ahead, Chris, we can hear you.
All right, I won't take 20 minutes, I promise. The information given by Ann was very valuable, though. But I do want to start off just thanking the council for having this discussion. It's something that's been at least on the table for 10 years, so it's nice that it's progressed to a point where it's on the table, there's drafts, there's things going on. I do want to remind that even if the council decides to push this further, that it just means that the attorneys are going to be able to see it, look at it. It does not mean that the residents are not going to be able to look at it, comment on it further. I know I'm going to comment and look on it further still. But last week I did spend some time comparing the old charter to the new charter. And from what I found, the major changes are just in wordage. This modernization of what's going on. I did have initial concerns about the pace in which things are happening, but being that this isn't really going to happen unless the state also agrees with it, it's also passed by the voters. There's a lot of checks and balances in place already that can really stop the process from continuing if the citizens feel like it needs to. I do also want to point out that there was a lot of antiquated verbiage in our old charter, things that were punitive, like $100 fine for breaking the city ordinance and 6 months of hard labor. There are items like wear of coal and checker of shingles that just do not belong there anymore. Regulations and rules around the fire department and PD that the state really has surrounded itself with through the state laws and state statutes. So a lot of the things that have been brought up are covered on the state level. In all honesty, I feel like the old charter has value as a historical document. It has value that it helped define what Newport is without changing a good chunk at least of the charter. I don't feel like Newport's going to be able to progress forward at the momentum that it is. I don't feel like there's a loss of check and balances like people have mentioned. There are open to interpretation parts of this, and I could be wrong with all of it, but I feel like it does put the power with the council and with people who vote the council in. One of my sticking points was with the city clerk treasurer change from elected to appointed. I'm still on the fence with it just because, we've had this privilege of having a really great elected official in that position. I'm sad to hear that he's possibly decided to not run again. But we also puts us in a really good position of having 2 other dedicated workers down there, that if there is a gap, the council will have time to still progress and move forward if needed. I know I don't have the most popular opinion with some, but progress needs to be made. Newport's showing that we can make that progress finally. And I think this is a good point moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Bruce. Nicole.
Well, I'm looking at the table. Every one of you's got your friends to sign your petition to make sure you get on. Now, that's gonna be taken away. You won't just have your friends choose you to be on any committee you want. I don't understand. I wouldn't want to lose the fun of us going to vote is because you came, you spoke to me, and I hear about it, and I liked you. And now we're gonna lose that. I find that very sad. Very, very sad. Because there's a lot of people coming in and out that we don't know, and there's some that are brilliant. But I'm just saying, I just think to be where you are, you had to be somebody, you had to work. Not just somebody say, well, she's my friend, I'm gonna put her on, or I'm gonna put him on, or whatever. So that's my opinion.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Dave.
So, I'm gonna repeat a little bit what Rick said. I've seen this current charter be used as a weapon in the last 3 years. And, because of that, I think you're gonna be really challenged to find a good city manager. Because nobody's gonna wanna walk into the same type of situation that just happened the last few years. So I think it is urgent to get this done. And I think you're doing a great job communicating. You're doing a great job with the process and being transparent. There's no secret agenda. We've had that. We don't anymore, finally. I think the treasurer clerk position is critical. You know, as a business owner in this community, it's bad enough that you had to go in debt from all the mistakes that have happened over the course of the last 10 years. Imagine when he retires that anybody can get elected with zero skills to have this position. That scares the hell out of me as a taxpayer of Newport. So yes, I think it's critical. This is important. The other big thing that was mentioned tonight, this has to go to the legislation in Montpelier. If you guys miss this window, you lose a year. I'm not sure if Rick has the stamina to be city manager for another year, but I'm telling you guys, this is important. It's all tied together. As far as debt goes, because I know that was brought up, it's very unfortunate that we're in the position we are in today because we had to go get debt from past mistakes. Shame on prior people that were here. But it is what it is. But because of that situation, all the development in our master plan's at risk if this charter doesn't change. So we need housing badly. I have employees, they don't have housing because there's none available. It's a big problem, guys. So yes, debt is not a good thing, but if we can get TIF to work, we are gonna incur debt. The increment's gonna pay that debt. We're gonna get housing. We're gonna get redevelopment in Newport, which is what we need. So if you wanna put a nail in that coffin, slow down. The slow down is not gonna work.
Thank you. Jennifer?
I guess I'm taking a slightly different tact, which is, I thought we were going to discuss the meat and bolts of all of this, if we can say it that way. So I guess I will deal with that. I do think we need a debt limit, and whether it is what is in the charter, be it right or wrong. Oh, sorry, Pam, you don't really need to see me. But I think there needs to be something and not something that's extraordinary. I find that no borrowing limits is really a problem. The oversight of the clerk treasurer, I think, should be done by the council, not the manager, separation of duties. And I think that's already been discussed. I find a problem with the fact that I see no date for an annual meeting. I see things that say in advance. There is a January 30th, but you have to do an audit. There's no requirement as to when the audit report be done. I think it's missing some of these dates. I don't know whether it's just by chance or what. There's, the budget presentation, no time frame on it. There's one section that says you gotta have it published by January 30th. There are things such as the recall is ordinance and ordinances. Most of those are 5%. One is not 5%. The recall is 15%. And if not 15%, it's gotta be at least the number of people who voted in the last election. We rarely see a good turnout of an election. And 15%, we can do it. 140 is 5%. 15% is really, really high. So I think we have a provision in there that can never, ever begin. because it's gotta be 15% and it's gotta be the majority of the 15%. I think that, they've got, obviously water and sewer is not mentioned, how you address that. I think it is crucial that there be something in the charter that forces the council into sitting as water and sewer commissioners. Or do, as was suggested, a task force that is doing that job for you. But it needs to be in there. That's where we got into our major problem. I also think there is a little cap in there that says we can pay our taxes in equal installments, which will be decided at the annual meeting. Well, I think that if we have an annual meeting, let's say we have it in March, and they vote that the first quarter of your taxes is due in June, I think there are going to be a lot of people in the city of Newport who are going to have major, major problems. Never mind, your mortgage used to put it aside, they knew when the taxes were due. So it's little details like that. I got a whole lot of little details. I even found something pluralized that I think should be singular. That said, I think that, in the time frame that you've done this, it is really a very good document. Do I think it should be rushed forward? No. I sat on 2 charter review committees. I've spent more hours probably than anybody is in this room looking at that charter with various people. And I would agree there are points that are wrong, there are points that are antiquated, but we got to realize when that bloody thing was written. And as I say, give them some credit. In 1917, they put in a clause about a city manager. Those people were looking to the future. Unfortunately, the future did not develop perhaps the way they saw it. So that's all I really have to say.
Thank you, Jennifer. Lori?
I spent a lot of time the last week and a half looking at this, and first of all, I want to thank John because one of the things you've said tonight is that it really does put us in a position to go back to Title 24, which is the state statute on municipal governance. And what I find interesting, and I asked Jim if I could borrow his books, you can find Title 24 online, which is pretty easy to search through. But I want to remind you that this becomes your Bible now. And sometimes not everything is easy to find in here. So when you have, a city charter like we have, you can read it and then go here to get some backup. But if it's not in here, this is what you're gonna have. And so I'm just making, we're trading one document for another one. And some of this stuff can be pretty darn antiquated too. And then you have to interpret what the state has done. So just want to bring that point out. There was a couple of things that I had some concern over, and the first thing that jumped out at me was, and we have already addressed this, so I'm just going to be brief with it, was the selection and oversight of the city clerk treasurer by the city manager's office. That raised huge red flags for me for segregation of duties. And I actually had a conversation of my own volition today with Tim Ash, who is the deputy auditor of accounts, deputy state auditor. I went looking for some clarification, for some assistance, and that's where I found it. One of the things that he said to me, he was in the legislature for like 12 years, I believe, and some other things. And he did say to me, which was a little bit more reassuring, that as long as we had our internal controls, Carter, that's what I was talking about earlier, as long as we had our internal controls in line, then having a city clerk treasurer under the supervisor of a city manager is not uncommon. And so that left me a little bit more comfortable. I do like the option that has already been brought about having the two separate, because again, it's something I do in my real life every day, is segregation of duties and who's responsible for what. And it just makes it easier to have that. I also have the concern of the increased indebtedness for the city. I definitely hear what Dave is saying. I definitely am in support of moving Newport forward. I am not opposed to the TIF. I want more information about it. One of the things that Tim did say to me is really how the TIF is handled. And so we have to be more assured that we aren't gonna end up, I mean, we have a water and sewer plant that's going into an engineering study next year, and we've already been told that this could be millions of dollars in corrections for that facility. And I have community members that I'm in contact with all the time who say to me, if these taxes go up more, it's gonna kill us. I'm not even sure that I could sell my house in the next 2 years and get what I think I should for it because of the increasing debt that we're paying. And this is not just city, because really half of what I'm paying goes to our school. It's a whole other conversation. And if anybody saw what the governor said today, we're looking at, you know, the possibility of another 12% increase in the next few years for things on top of what we're paying for in the city. So while I understand what Dave said and what you've said, I want to make sure we're handling those things correctly, because someone said to me, can we just bring more businesses in? And I said, unfortunately not. We don't have any housing. People are applying for jobs and they have to renege on the offer because there's no housing. I have friends who can't find apartments. I'm just saying, it's the indebtedness of the city that is difficult. And I don't want to see us continue to pile it on just because we can. I can't imagine going to $30 million. I just can't imagine as a taxpayer having that burden. I think there's a question about the city manager. Some of the folks in town that I've spoken with, also a former city manager who has said we need to be careful. He does not think that we even need a city manager if we have the competency in the office as the financial administrator. The question is, what do you do without that? And I think that putting a shall in there limits the possibility of a human resources director that, you know, a different position other than calling someone a city manager. I don't know what that looks like. I'm just saying, when you put a shall in there instead of the may, it means you gotta do it. And the may is, well, maybe we can adapt. Maybe we can adapt that position. I don't know which is best, but I think it limits the potential in the future. And I think that's probably all I have. I think that's all I'm going to talk about tonight. There's so much in here. I was just really concerned. I totally understand what you've said to me personally, and what I read again in your letter to the council for 2 weeks ago. I totally understand the desire to move forward, to make sure we have things in place for a proper city manager or whatever comes in for that position. The speed is difficult to think that we have a document here that's a draft that could literally in 4 weeks become something that we have to vote on. And I want to feel confident when I go talk to my friends about this. I want to feel confident that we've done everything we can to get us in the right place.
Thank you, Maureen. Jay?
Oh, well, thanks for doing this and hearing our comments on this. I, like several of the other people who've mentioned, the speed or rush to make these major changes in our local governance is concerning. And, you know, these things were, well, when a lot of these charters were, charter provisions were written, this was prior to us having Australian ballot. What took place then was an open discussion between the council members and the public. And that's something that we haven't gotten in this process. And then to eliminate, you know, something like our 25 member, 25 qualified voter to call a special meeting for exactly that purpose, to discuss something like the charter or to discuss an appointment or an election rather than appointment, it's concerning to see that dropped from our charter. It weakens the relationship between the public and their ability to be effective in the operation of their local government. A prime example would be, we saw a mayor, Beth Barnes, essentially run out of office by the city manager and the city council, only to then have them decide, these people decide, that they're going to appoint a mayor. If we had not pulled the trigger and called for a vote, you know, the people that drove our mayor out would be the one electing a new mayor. It's ridiculous. We need that authority, and I think that the drafters of that provision for the charter knew exactly what they were doing there. I've heard people say, oh, it's a ridiculous number. Well, I've seen other numbers of 10, 15, you know, and 25 in some state charters here and others that that are being proposed to councils, that they want something more interactive to be able to have a say in things. And the whole Australian ballot thing where, you know, you guys can't talk back and forth to us about it and us have an open discussion really ties the public's hands in making these charter changes. I don't see what the rush is that to get this done in and sent to the legislature at our annual meeting, only because we can hire a city manager. There's nothing stopping it. It's in the charter. It says shall. Fine. You know, it's your choice. You can hire someone now. I haven't heard what the need to change the charter in relationship to how it applies to stifling our development. I don't think I've heard any discussion over that at all. And frankly, I've had a pretty good understanding of the charter, and I've read through all the changes that, you know, being proposed, and my head is awash with all this back and forth about what it covers, what it doesn't. You know, do we have are we going to take the powers of the mayor and give them to the city manager? I mean, what did we just go through with Laura Delegan? You know, she, you know, usurped the power of the council. Not to mention that the mayor usurped their responsibility by not being what they're charged with, and that is managing the finances of the city. I mean, that's what we got. So then to, in turn, hand more power to someone that not only are you going to appoint, but then you're also going to tie your own hands to say, well, there really needs to be a good cause for us to let them go. Well, you know, Laura should have been let go years ago. You know, what the due diligence that she never did is obvious with a hole that we have in the ground, and the fact that that could have been leveled and turned into a usable parcel in our city if just somebody from the council had said to Act 250, complete the requirements of the Act 250 permit. That's all they demanded. They couldn't do it on their own. I was glad to hear, some of the changes that you guys are proposing with regards to the separation of the city clerk and such. I think that's important. I agree with the concept of hiring a professional for that position. But even more so, the job description that we used for the interim city manager that we had, who was hand-selected by Laura, was pitiful. The background requirements, the educational background, it was so below the bar of any other job description I've read that I researched for a manager. It's like we were going to get, if we got Karen, we would have got what we deserved, and that's not what the city deserved. Not following Laura, certainly. And I thought that we had in our last appointment to a city manager, someone that was going to step up to the plate, and I was happy about that. But then to find out that the due diligence wasn't done on their background, it was absurd, considering how desperately we needed a good, strong city manager in place. I'm sure that I have more things that I want to say because you guys have put a lot of challenges in the writing of this and a very short time frame for the public, and even a well-informed public, which I think some of the people that you've heard from tonight probably know the ins and outs of this charter better than some of you who've only served for a year or less, but yet think that you can't understand the charter, which 300 people before you have.
So Jay, I'm going to ask you to be slightly less pejorative.
Okay, so
the accusatory language is not helpful. If you've got a point to make it. Without disparaging people sitting.
Oh no, so it's not that it's just that I don't know that you've given enough time to fully understand the mechanisms of the charter, unlike those before you, who have operated with this charter for 100 years plus. I do agree that there's changes that need to be modernized, but coming in on the premise of, it's just some archaic language you want to change, and then then we want to modernize it, to then be dropped upon us an entire rewrite of the entire charter, and provisions dropped that we know are important to us is concerning. And not having a forum to have an open discussion, a back and forth discussion over the proposed changes before it goes to the attorney, I think is short-sighted. I guess that's all I need to say.
Thank you.
Sorry if I didn't mean to offend anyone, honestly.
Thank you. Pam.
I think a piece that's being missed in this discussion is the sense of betrayal that a lot of us as citizens are feeling. We're not just community residents, we are citizens, we vote. We have a sense of responsibility and involvement. Some of us are very involved, others involve themselves in different ways. But this charter change has been basically forced on us with a speed that is mind-blowing. It has not taken into account the changes that we need to make to process any of that. What we see is a lack of checks and balances in it. And some people sent comments to you in writing. I know that you sitting here were given copies of whatever they sent. But I heard John in true lawyer style, and I'm not saying this in a derogatory way, I live with a lawyer. I know the intellectualizing. You just blew every one of those concerns straight out of the water. You may not have intended to do that, but those are genuine concerns. We feel that, we mean that. I realize the law doesn't go a whole lot on feeling, but we do. And hearing the concerns that were sent to you all seriously, people thought about that, just dismissed, is not very helpful. It is not reassuring to any of us. It is not reassuring when we hear that our opportunities to actually discuss this, have a meaningful discussion, not a lecture, but a meaningful discussion, are going to be limited in a lot of ways. The session on January the 10th was talked about as a possibility. Clearly that's not a format that is going to be conducive to a good discussion, at least not as it's been set up for things like the budget. It's a very different approach. But there does need to be opportunity, and we have had public hearings before that again have not been respectful of people with real concerns. Yes, there have to be public hearings. Can they be done in a way that actually allows for real questions, real concerns, and not being blown on? I don't know if Dave, I know I'm supposed to speak to you, but I really want to speak to Dave, if he actually lives in Newport. I know he's a business owner here. I had understood he didn't live in Newport, so hearing his adamant pushing for the TIF, for the TIF, for the TIF, while I understand that, that's a lot of debt. And clearly in your heads, it is tied into this charter change. I don't believe it has to be. If you want to raise the debt ceiling, you can do that. But have that be an honest discussion, not something that's being slipped in with a whole ton of other things. And my last point, do you seriously want to create a situation where you have another maniacal city manager who rules with a rod of iron, who periodically, when one of the council members would flex their spines and actually stand up straight, would have a hissy fit, march out of here with her entourage, which were the department heads who had to follow behind, and they did. That happened on repeat. And those of you who were here then know that. You saw it. You're setting up a system by giving one person that kind of power. You have disempowered yourselves. You've disempowered a mayor and a council. Why? Strengthen your spines. Don't give it all away. I'm done.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to allow for a second round of comment, but then I'm going to ask them to be very brief. We've now gone 50 minutes for public comment. Please keep your comments brief.
Very brief, and I want to make a point of something that Pam just said. There is a possibility to do this a section at a time and an amendment at a time. And if, and without the wholesale slashing or striking out, as John had mentioned, of the whole of the charter. And if we feel that we need to change the debt ceiling, you know, okay, let's pull out this section and bring it to the voters. Even if we need to do a portion now and a portion later, maybe that's a better approach. Just an idea.
Thank you. Ann?
Yeah, just a few more points. Now I start to look at the new one. You know, the budget section in this thing says basically, you don't have to account for your budget as long as it's within 10% of you know what it was in the budget, which is really sad because, you know, we I can get you the exact language. No specific explanation need be given for any normal annual operating expense in an office, department, or agency that may be increased over the budget amount by an amount not more than 10% of the office's, departments, or agency's budget. You know, our total budget is, what is it, about 8 million, I think, not how much we pay, but the total budget. 8 million. Well, if each department wants to go off by 10%, that's another $800,000 a year that could be added to how much the citizens are somehow going to have to come up with. And nobody needs to account for it. I think, you know, that's a little absurd to have that in there. I am concerned about new things that were put in, which, as Pam indicated, are somewhat related to the TIF stuff. Like, we didn't have this provision before. It says, the city of Newport may acquire such property in fee simple. Well, you all know what fee simple means. You know, that's an easy, I'm saying, no, fee simple is not normal language. That's lawyer language. If you wanted to simplify, you could go back to the old charter. Or so the city may acquire property in fee simple or any lesser interest or estate by purchase, gift, devise, lease, or condemnation, and may sell, lease, mortgage, hold, manage, and control such property as its interests may require. And I think that relates to being able to buy property and then do what we think a potential developer may want us to do with it, being us paying for the property and paying for the changes in the property, and then we can sell it to them for $1. It doesn't say $1, but you can sell it to them for whatever, and help out the developer. You know, there's a limit in some of these things to how much you want to help the developer. I am concerned about that. We are not a social welfare state, and we certainly are not a social welfare state for businesses who in the end are out there to make a profit. We are a capitalist society, and we expect them to frequently make it on their own, quite frankly. So I am concerned with giving yourselves power for development, and it, specifically in the previous section of that, says provision to prepare land for redevelopment through sale to property developers. That's what we could acquire this property for. So I think that you have to be careful about the new things that are coming in that were never there before. And that chart that John wrote up, sometimes you go from this to the old stuff, and you can hardly find any mention of it. Sometimes you think in the old stuff, well, where is that? Where is that 25%? Where is that debt limit? And if you go to the state books, it's difficult to find, and it's diffuse. I mean, you expect people to read the charter and then all of the stuff that's in there related? I'm really very upset at how fast this is happening, and I'm really upset about not being able to go through each one carefully, because I know there are time limits here, and I understand them, but.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Just one thing, I think that Lori has a point, that you have a few tick items that you really want done, and I think that that's something that could be resolved, those particular issues, the key ones, right now, get it before legislature as a change, and then redo the charter. You know, it's the only smart thing to do. You know, and I think that there's so many points that I have not even mentioned on this that I find very, very distressing. I've sat in your seat. It was a long time ago. It was not as difficult as what you guys are doing now. But I think that you've got the clause in there about a city manager. You can do that. You can change what is there. You know, you can do the debt ceiling. And that, I think, would be something that would be appropriate for the city. But to be honest, I don't think you'll get this new charter past the city. Honest to God, I think it is too much. There is too many things that are just sort of slight glitches. Nobody might pick them up, but, you know, there still is a Grinch in town.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Very brief.
Please. Just a second, Chris. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, and so in all of the things that you've put in here, I don't see any guardrails to rectify some of the things that have occurred in a way to engage citizens' participation in power over some of your decisions. I'll give an example of, the complaints over the water and sewer budget went on for years by several members, to at least a couple of them are here today. They weren't listened to, the concerns weren't addressed, and then it came to another administration to actually find just how bad the situation had transpired to. I know that my water and sewer bill is now up $400 a year. Now, I can afford it, but there's not a lot of people in town that are saying, oh, this sits well with me. And that was due to the fact that the council and the mayor did not listen to the citizens, and that's what we ended up with. And we need a provision so that the citizens can question the validity of some of your decisions. You voted on, it's clear in the charter, and I don't agree with Attorney Rue over this, that you could not issue a lease for more than 1 year on a property. Yet, time and time again, this council has 3-year leases, 2-year leases. It was even brought up on one of the last leases to be clear with the council that they did not have the authority to do that and did it anyway. Okay. The citizens need a mechanism to call back those decisions that are clearly in violation of the charter. So just because you write a new charter doesn't mean that it's going to be clear, understandable, or that you'll even respect it. And that's what happened with the previous administration, in that they did not respect the conditions of the charter and just did things the way they wanted to, and see if the citizens will challenge it. And the only way to challenge it is to take the city to court. Who wants to do that? That's not a democratic way to resolve issues with our local city government. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Chris Vachon.
Hi, I just wanted to piggyback on a hope I feel like Ms. Finnegan mentioned of getting more people's voices out there. It's a sad fact that in the last, I don't even know how long, our voter count is down. Our people in the room during council meetings always been low. I just hope that the council and the people in the room, people listening, can get the voices that are not being heard right now out there, so the council has more opportunity to make those choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Jim.
I make one couple comments. This is on the clerk and treasurer position about the election versus the appointment. I don't really know, there's only been 5 of us in the last 107 years to do this job, and I think most of them have all done a pretty good job. The reason that was put in an elected position is so that the person in the custody of the funds wasn't the same people spending the money. That's the whole reason for the election. I don't object to the appointment as long as it's a separate deal and the people down there work for the clerk treasurer versus the manager. Because my question was, who hires and fires the assistants down there? And currently, it's me. I mean, if it's appointed, obviously it would be the council, but with the advice from the treasurer, I guess. So I'm not opposed to the appointment as long as the duties are separated, so long we know. When I started, after the death of the previous one, I was appointed for 9 months before I had to run for election. And that may be a way of getting somebody in there that's good. And I understand the chances you're taking at an election. I understand the whole thing. A couple other things I heard tonight is about the 25 voted for the special meeting. It's not in there, but the 5% is 180 people or more, not 140. So it's more. The other thing is the 4 quarterly payments on the tax bill. I agree with Jennifer. I think we're going to be some serious squabbles. Upset people out there if you try to do that 4 times a year like you're doing this water and sewer and have them come do it at the same time. It can be done, but my advice is not to do it at this point. And the second is hiring the city manager. I think we need to hire a city manager. But I see all the time Rick spends in here doing this job. Rumor has it that he has another job, but I don't know when he gets a chance to do it. But I think we need a manager. Basically for the person for the department heads to go to. Somebody here that they can go to. In my mind, the city manager will run the day-to-day operations. And the council has the power to set the policy to carry those out. And the other thing is the housing. I agree with Dave, we need housing, but I don't see anything like in the charter that limits the amount of housing you can have in the city. In fact, I don't think the charter even mentions housing anywhere in there. So just a few things I jotted down.
Thank you. Okay, council members, you've been advised by lots of folks. So I'd love to hear what you think our next steps ought to be.
I hear a resounding chorus of around the lines of the city manager should not appoint, or the segregation of duties, separating them. I very much agree with that. I agree with the logic. I agree with the cases. I agree with all the points that were said here. And I appreciate Jim you weighing in on that too. Your experience is utmost irrelevance. Yeah, so that I think that that's a concrete change that we should move forward with.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I think it makes sense to, from my point of view, it makes sense to have the council appoint the clerk treasurer, have the clerk treasurer's staff report to the clerk treasurer, not to the city manager. So I think that's a good idea. I was thinking about the 25 voter provision, and when I went through and edited what I was given, I didn't make policy decisions. I basically edited what I was given to work with. But if you go back to 1918 and think about, Jim could probably confirm this because the records are probably still downstairs, but I suspect the checklist was a lot smaller in 1918, keeping in mind that only males were allowed to vote back then, and we had a 21-year-old voting age. So 25 voters was a much higher percentage of the checklist than it is now. You know, it might make sense to take a look at the current checklist. Say the checklist is 3 times as large now. 75 would give you the same ratio. From the point of view of you know, not truly having a small minority of people, the tail wagging the dog situation. But if you look at it proportionately to the checklist, that might make sense. As far as a lot of the provisions regarding elections and whatnot that were mentioned, state law controls all of those, and it's all covered by state law. And it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to have the charter simply repeat what's in the state statute, in my view. But I think the most fundamental point is this separation of duties issue. So I think we need to work on that. The other thing, as I had mentioned earlier, trying to put something into the water and sewer ordinances relating to forcing the council to sit as commissioners. But I think putting that in the charter actually is a good idea, because then it's in a more obvious place. So I think we should look at that too.
I think we also should look at the capped debt ceiling as opposed to the state statute. As opposed to the
Sorry, I
debt.
didn't hear the first part
The
either.
debt limit, sorry.
Yeah.
The debt limit, put that in there. The other thing is, it was mentioned about 10% of the budgets, and it breaks it down by even departments. And if you look at the departments, some of the departments have a very small budget. So 10% is really nothing in the grant, in the scheme of things.
Yeah, that sentence came out of Essex, and as far as
So
I personally am concerned, that sentence could go.
Right.
I don't see that it serves any valid purpose.
But if you look at some of the budgets though, as far as 10%, departmental wise, 10% really is not much.
Someone should read the whole of that section. Because it's more the sentence before that that is really the key one, which is if you overspend the budget, you don't have to report it till the following year.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
The key part of that sentence is the first, about if you overspend the budget, you don't have to worry about it report it till the following year to the taxpayers.
And haven't we committed?
Got it. Let's not do it this way. I've got the note. We'll look into it. Any other comments?
In regards to the debt limit, I mean, we've pretty much hit the maximum of what we could handle in the city, but according to the statute, we could go up to what, 50 million?
30.
30 million.
30, the way it
whatever.
interprets it, which I think is pretty close to my estimate.
The only problem with setting a limit, let's say we set it at what we're at now. If there's a flood or some natural catastrophe like we've seen in southern Vermont, and you wait for the federal government to get FEMA and everything else, and 2 years later you're still waiting for it, we can't do that. I mean, not that we would want to borrow money, I think it would have to go before the voters, but there probably isn't a person in Newport that doesn't want to get things moving.
Can I
No, you can't.
And, we may have to encourage short-term debt until such time we can get reimbursed from the government or FEMA or whatever. But again, it would be in those emergencies, those catastrophes where you really need to rebuild your community.
Well, and even then, if it's for more than 1 year, it has to be approved by the voters anyway.
That's right.
Right.
And
Which isn't being changed here
no,
in this proposal.
no.
I think one thing I would say about debt is that, first of all, I do think that the current charter is actually open to interpretation. The language in that sentence, it's a run-on sentence, and it leads to lack of clarity. So I thought, once upon a time, that there was an absolute limit on debt in the charter, but in fact, as I read it repeatedly, that's not the conclusion I come to. Wiser heads than my own might have to prevail on that. But the real question, I mean, no one can the two checks and balances on debt are, one, it would still be required, you have to go to the voters and make your case that it's debt that's the risk is worth it and the possibilities are worth it. And two, you've got to find somebody willing to lend you the money. And I've just been through 8 months of trying to figure out how to make that equation work. And it's not a done deal. So I do believe that referring to state statute is appropriate here because it leaves the most latitude possible for the city council to make recommendations and for the voters to make decisions about when and how they want to go into debt.
Well, because in fact, a reasonable reading of the current charter says that if the voters approve, there is essentially no debt limit.
That's right. That's how I read it.
That's that, because the voters have the authority to blow right past that 350 on the dollar thing. Mm-hmm. And so there's effectively no debt limit, whereas under state law, there is a debt limit. So in that sense, the voters of the city have more power than the state would otherwise consider prudent.
I hear several specific things that we'd like to ask for further clarification on, particularly as we would hand the document over to SP&F. And I guess I want to just speak to the general concerns that I think we've heard repeatedly from some folks who are both passionate and I think thoughtful about this. And I want to say, first of all, that a decision by the council not to do something that's suggested by a citizen, a city resident, does not mean that we've blown off the concerns of that person. In fact, I think we've gone way out of our way repeatedly, and I know that I strive to go out of my way repeatedly to hear what the concerns are in the community and to shift my own thinking as a result of it. So I do believe that momentum matters. And as some folks have suggested, I actually agree that the connection between the specifics of the charter and the potential for redevelopment of Newport and its long-term economic viability is intangible at some level. It's not a direct correlation, but I think the message that we send to both residents in Newport and potential people who might step up and serve on our city council and people who might choose to volunteer in other capacities and a city manager and those who might choose to come and work here is that we are looking to the future and we are trying to create conditions in which new possibilities can emerge. And my biggest concern, honestly, is what happens when inaction happens. Because Newport is in a very, very tough spot, and I don't see a way out of our long-term challenges, particularly now having been in the position of trying to manage the city finances for the last 8 months. I don't see a way that we're going to turn the situation around without taking some risk on the possibilities of making this become, once again, a community center for the broader region here. I think those things, that momentum matters. It signals to everyone that we're interested and invested in setting Newport up for the next 100 years. And those are the decisions that I think we're trying to make here. So I don't find the argument that we should slow down and respect the language of the forebearers to be particularly convincing. What I do think is convincing is the need for us to have thoughtful deliberation together, as we have tonight, which I'm really grateful for, and as I think we can several more times before this process plays itself out, and before we put something in front of the voters. And Jennifer may be right. We may get something in front of the voters a few months from now and they say, nope, we're not going there. That's a possibility. That happens in a democracy, right? But I don't know how we begin to help people envision the possibility of what we can be if we're not willing to reimagine this defining document for our community, which is, by my own assessment, deeply challenging. It's very hard to read this document the way it's written currently. Average people have a very hard time reading this document, and smart average people come to very different conclusions having read it. And that is not useful, and it does not help us attract good leadership. At the council level, I've had numerous people say to me, you've got to be crazy. Of course I'm not going to try and run for city council, because I don't want to get beaten up in this process the way you all seem to think it's a blood sport in Newport politics. Right? Nor do I think we're going to attract the kind of caliber person that I think we could easily attract if we show the momentum and the initiative that we've been trying to build on now for a couple of years. If we build on that and show a city manager, look, this could be a career builder for you, right? You could come to this community and be a part of something that's big, that it is building for a 100-year plan. But we're not going to do it with timid half measures. It's going to take some daring. And shy of that daring, I don't know how we get to a position where we don't continue the spiral we're in, which is fewer and fewer people trying to manage an ever-increasing city budget. Because right now, I don't know how you're going to, no one has shown me any other way you're going to turn the city prospects around. So I want to speak primarily to that, because I do think that we've heard impassioned concern tonight. And I understand how badly abused this city government has been by people who should have been entrusted. They were entrusted, and they should have been trustworthy, and they weren't. And I think we do our level best to put good documents in place, and then we attract the best possible people on both sides of that city manager, city council equation to be in place and create the checks and balances that we're talking about going forward.
I mean, Will said, and I want to echo that the language and the readability of this needs to be clear. I don't know how modernized we could make it, maybe hyperlinking to statutes that were existing and now they're just assumed and presumed, to help try to navigate Title 24. Because if the readability of this document, if it's not there, it's a barrier to people understanding the roles and responsibilities. It's a barrier to them as a resident to come to the council and say, hey, this is how I interpret this document. You're not doing your job. It just breaks down there. So I definitely echo it. That's one of the more compelling reasons that I am really for this revision, and why I think it stands out. Kind of like going back to those, I want to see all those zeros in those accounts that we just don't need gone. It's a waste of time. It's still a precious historic document, and we can keep it and admire it. And I appreciate John bringing the context of 1917. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be at this seat. So I as much as I admire it, I also want to underscore that the historic nature of it doesn't sway me to prevent more people from coming into this conversation, more people from engaging in local government.
There's also something else that was a common theme tonight, and I think everybody agrees that it does need to be updated and modernized. Whether it be by section, the whole thing, there's everybody tonight spoke to it and said that they agree that they were in really big favor of different sections of it, or this needs to be updated. You know, everybody, we all agree upon that. And I think that's something we should really take into consideration, because it's everybody stated that tonight.
Thank you. Kevin or John, any final comments? So let me state it this way. I've heard that we would like to raise specific questions, both among ourselves and with the attorneys, regarding the changing the language to make the treasurer appointed by council but accountable to the council, and the staff of the treasurer to the treasurer himself or herself, themselves. That's one. Two, I've heard some interest in trying to explore what it would look like to try and modernize and maintain a commitment to an accessible number of people being able to call for a special election. Three, I've heard a clear desire to add something to the charter that would basically force council to maintain ongoing oversight of the water and sewer funds, and in particular, review of the budgets. Fourth, I've heard that we have questions about the debt limit that we want to explore further. I don't think I would name any of them as kind of, here's where we think we would land. Five, I've heard a concern about the language that came from Essex Junction, the several sentences around overspending budgets and when that reporting has to take place. And I've heard Carter make a suggestion that I think echoes Lori's, which is how either in an interpretation process or somewhere along the way, we reference Title 24 so that people have some understanding and appreciation of what it is and how it would then impact the city of Newport. Those are the specifics that I've heard. Having said that, if the council were to move tonight to send this to the attorneys, I think we would continue to invite written comment, and the written comments I've received so far I found to be actually extremely useful in a very specific way. People sending me specific comments that I've been looking at very carefully, and I suspect others on the council have been as well. So with those provisions, are there any others that anyone would like to add in terms of what we would want to highlight as we send this to the attorneys? You ran out of tape?
I'm on number 3 now. I gotta go down just in case.
All right.
Make a motion so I get.
Thank you, Jim. Any other concerns or things you want to put in here, y'all, in this list?
I think you hit what was on my list.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, everybody take a breath.
And I just wanted to appreciate this conversation. Those that came with notes, like, I hear you. I appreciate your energy towards this. Like, I really do. I know that, like, we might not sound the same, but I just want to recognize the passion and the time dedicated to this. It wouldn't be a conversation, you know. You guys are well read, well informed, and I think we are better for it.
That made me think of another clarification that we also need to put in is asking SPNF for clear advice about the question of how the actual changes would be presented. Right, the concerns that Ann initially brought to us. And while I've already highlighted that, we need to go deeper on that. I'm sorry, Lori, were you going to say something?
Just a clarifying procedural question. So the idea is the council will look at this, but you will go back, maybe John will go back and add in something?
No, I'm not picturing that. I'm
No.
picturing that tomorrow morning we would send the current document along with a delineation of these questions.
Okay.
Because frankly, the note we got back from the attorney today already was raising many of them.
Okay.
So we would just let them have the questions and say, these are serious things that we really want to consider as you look at a second round. It does make me wonder, council members, whether, you know, I'm a little concerned that we get this back on December 22nd. How do we create a document for folks to look at and consider for the 5th of January? And it makes me wonder, you're gonna love me for this, is anybody not available that week before Christmas? Like, is there any chance we could hold a meeting? What day is the 22nd?
It's a Tuesday.
Monday or Tuesday.
What if I pressed to have the document back
Monday.
Monday, It's,
Monday,
the 22nd is a Monday?
because
Yes.
Christmas is the 25th, and that's Thursday.
Right,
Yeah.
thank you. So the question is, do we want to call a special meeting for Monday or Tuesday night that week? That would be primarily for the council to deliberate about what we've gotten back from SPNF and what format we want, how we want to share that information with folks in the community for the meeting on the 5th.
So SPNF, just to be clear, would get it back to us that day,
Monday.
and we would review it?
They would-
We would have a meeting that
One
night?
possibility would be to see if I could press SPNF a little bit and get them to turn it in to us by Friday, so that we could at least warn it over the weekend.
I would definitely like to have a couple days to review.
Yeah,
That would be nice. Yeah, I can't do a meeting Tuesday that week,
Monday,
so I'd have to do Monday.
Andrew?
I can do Monday, as long as we have it, as long as they can.
All right, so one question I will ask is whether or not we can press SPNF to get something back to us by, help me with the date, Kitty? The 19th?
19th?
Yes. Yes.
So that meeting, that special meeting on Monday, the 22nd, just to be clear, is not considered the public hearing. It's a working meeting for the council with appropriate engagement from folks in the community to kind of make sense of whatever SPNS has given us. So we don't just kind of bloviate all over folks with whatever they've sent back and give them everything. Like, how do we make decisions about comments they've made? Okay?
Will we get a copy of it too?
Yeah, of course, it would be public meeting and a public packet, just like always. Absolutely.
So we need to warn the public hearing now for the January.
So we would need a vote first to give the information to
Just wanna make sure.
to SPNF, and then we would do a second vote to warn a public hearing regarding consideration of the proposed charter as part of the regular council meeting on the 5th. So, somebody want to make the first motion?
I'll
I
make-
will.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, John.
That we refer the draft charter and the list of questions that we've just prepared to SPF for their review and comment and desired return to us by December 19th.
Include that in the motion, I like it. Dave Rue showed some significant energy for this conversation today, I have to say. I've never seen him move so fast to read something and give it back to us, so. Okay, I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. I can't believe there could possibly be any further conversation from council members, is there? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries. All right, and then we would entertain a second motion. Somebody want to make that one to warn a public meeting?
I'll make that motion that we warn a public meeting for Monday, December 22nd, with the understanding that we get back the information from SPNF on the 19th.
No, I thought that was for the January.
No, correct. You're right, John. What we're looking for is warning the public meeting for
Oh, sorry,
January 5th.
Sorry,
Public
okay.
hearing.
The public hearing as part of the regular meeting on January 5th.
Sorry, yes.
Okay. Everybody got the motion? We're warning the public meeting, the public hearing to be part of the regular meeting of council, January 5th, 2026.
Second that.
We got a motion and a second. Any further conversation? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right, believe it or not, we're not quite done, but we're close. Anybody who wants to go home is welcome to. Except you all.
Please go.
No, that's, all right. Where the heck is my? Okay, I got it.
You got it. You got it.
We're on to item 9, warning the county meeting. Does anybody remember what this was? Carrie, do you remember what this was about? Jim, what's this about?
I think they sent you a warning, so
Yes.
you and the council
Yes,
can
they
go
did.
to it.
Oh, it's in the packet.
It's in the packet.
Thank you. Thank God. Okay.
They're
In
warning you.
compliance with H.134 enacted by the 1998 session of Vermont Legislature of meeting of the voters and select persons is hereby called for the purpose of presenting the proposed budget of the county of the ensuing year. And It was in the packets, everybody saw it, though I confess I'd forgotten it. The total budget proposed for the county and the sheriff's department together is $631,349. And we don't have to vote on this, right?
No,
We're
they're
just
warning it.
They're just warning it.
Yeah.
They want you to attend.
All this is if you'd like to go and talk about the budget, this is your opportunity.
On the 19th of November. Oh, that was the date, David.
December 9th.
There it is. I didn't read that part. There it is. December 9th, Tuesday,
And it's-
December 9th. For those of us who are not at the fundraiser for the new warming shelter.
And it's a Zoom meeting.
It's an 8 a.m.
Oh, it's 8 a.m. We can do both, Ann.
Basically, what it boils down to is if you have any comments or questions, you could do that, but the actual vote on the budget is the two assistant judges.
Okay.
Nobody else votes on it. They approve it, and then
It's a done deal.
It's divided among the towns proportionate to the size of their grand list. Like if your grand list is 10% of the county's
You pay
total
10%
grand
of the
list, you
budget.
pay 10% of the budget.
I'm just gonna put in the minutes that Rick read it.
Rick read it. There we go. Thank you. Moving on. Item 10, task force reports. John, anything you want to say about water and sewer tonight?
Nothing.
Carter, I know we've got one thing we have to look at, right?
Yes, we do.
And is there anything else you want to talk about first?
No, we have a meeting this coming Wednesday, 8 a.m. Yep, I have my notes, let's see. We have started to review the budget plan for the January 10th community engagement session. That was the main topic of last meeting. And then we took the one before Thanksgiving off, so it's far enough and it's late enough tonight, we're just gonna zoom to what Chip sent us. I just also want to acknowledge that we got this at 4:30 today. I think I would have appreciated more heads up and then also time for the financial task force to review it. But with that said, it's fairly straightforward. They're trying to do chart of accounts and plan for this whole debt schedule / capital plan. So this is just simply a tool. We are not allocating any funds. We are just simply creating these. So I'm just going to read it. And one of them is actually required by statute that we do. So there's that. Okay. The email reads, if the city council will consider the establishment of new funds within the chart of accounts to allow tracking and reporting on the following as an addition to the agenda, which is what we're doing right now. The reappraisal reserve, that's in relation to Act 60. Highway equipment reserve for vehicles, police equipment reserve for vehicles. We've touched on that today in our budgeting conversations. The Walmart TIF reserves, paving reserve, and the last one is records preservation reserve. That's the statutory one. And any other funds deemed appropriate but not included in water and sewer because those funds retain their reserves and the same fund as operations. Thank you.
So for tonight,
Yes.
all he's doing is trying to establish a way to manage the capital fund planning that we're trying to do over the next few weeks.
Yeah.
So I would entertain a motion to establish the following new funds within the chart of accounts. Reappraisal reserve for Act 60, highway equipment reserve for vehicles, police equipment reserve for vehicles, Walmart TIF reserves, paving reserve, and records preservation reserve. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Can we amend that just to put the fire department reserves in there for equipment or vehicles as well?
I think I would hold off
Okay,
and let him recommend it
okay,
in consultation with Carrie and the finance team over the next week and a half.
okay.
I suspect there's going to be more to do on these kinds of things. I think he was just trying to deal with the ones he knew he had to mess with this week.
So I'll second that then.
Okay, I got a second. Any comments from council? Any concerns from folks in the community about this?
It's very late.
All right. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay.
No.
Motion carries. That
Sometimes I just call it.
is the end of our report from finance.
Yes.
All right, housing insecurity and public encampments. I think we got nothing new, right?
Meeting on Thursday at 3 o'clock, it would be important to show up. We didn't have a lot of people at our last one, so we're redoing it, and
Yes, Kevin, would you be willing to do a reminder email to everyone and say it's important for them to be there for this one? I think you did it last week, right?
I sent it Sunday? No, Monday?
That wasn't last week, the week before, I think.
I didn't see
No, I
one
took
recent,
I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
but I may have missed it too.
okay, yeah, I'll check, make sure it's got sent.
Something that says in the title, important meeting Thursday at 3. Okay, so that people don't
Oh,
open
yeah.
it, still read it like I do.
Yeah. I'll double check.
Thank
and
you.
resend it.
Okay.
That's the full meeting, just 'cause I'll add it to the website, but that's the full.
Yes, that's the full task force group.
At 3 o'clock on Thursday.
I'll add it.
Thank you, Carrie.
That's not giving people much notice.
No, they had noticed a couple of weeks ago. This is the second time. I got a notice, I think,
Okay.
2 weeks ago. Okay, Andrew, anything from the fire department strategic planning? group?
Not at this point, due to vacations and so on. We're probably going to meet again after the holidays.
Okay. All right, item 11, public comment. Is there anyone left who would still like to try and speak? Gotta love you, Ann. Go ahead.
I found another one. I don't want
Please make it
you to
brief.
forget it. Do you really want to let the manager, the city manager, appoint a mere staff member to perform all the manager duties that you're giving the manager if the manager is absent due to disability, incapacitation, or vacation? Remember, we had one person who was incapacitated for about a year and a half before she finally left her job.
Okay, I'm
And
gonna-
you want it to be appointed by the city manager, that whoever this person is going to be, that replaces her, and it could be anybody. I mean, she could appoint the janitor. And that might be a good choice, but I'm not, I'm not insulting anybody, but that's in
It's a
there.
worthwhile question. We will note it, and we'll have plenty more opportunity to come back and talk about it.
Yes.
Okay?
I just want to reiterate what Carter said at the end too, because many times in this draft, it says as related to the state laws, and it's going to be really important that we have a citation.
We got it. We got it. We've said it at least twice, okay? I want to go home, y'all. It's 10:30.
Yes.
All right. Let's see. Where are we? New business. Carter?
No.
Andrew?
No.
John? Kevin? I guess not. You're gone.
No.
Jim, nothing. Old business. Anybody got old business?
No.
All right. I have just 3 quick updates. One, this is quick. I promise this is quick. Tomorrow afternoon, Carter and Carrie and I have our first meeting scheduled with Dominic Cloud.
Oh, yeah.
And just so you all know, he does this work in and through VLCT. So I suspect, we'll learn more tomorrow, but I suspect at the end of the day, any contract we would sign would be through VLCT.
Isn't that what happened last time? And the same contract that had Jonathan was the one with St. Albans? Could you check on that?
It wasn't St. Albans.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. It was somebody who had lived in St. Albans, might even be from St. Albans. It was definitely not Dominic Cloud, because I will say to you, he refused to take that contract at that time. Second, the personnel policy. I just want you to know we have been following up. Kevin and I have been in touch with John Klesch. We just couldn't make it happen with the Thanksgiving holiday in the middle. We intend to bring the final version, I hope, God help us, the final version of the personnel policy back for consideration on December 15th. And finally, if anybody can help us, we hired a fabulous guy who was doing our custodial work here in this building, and he couldn't maintain it for physical reasons. It was just beyond his ability right now. So we've lost him. He lasted about a month. Everybody loved him. We're looking for a 12-hour a week position. We can flex the hours. They need to happen regularly throughout the week, but it's very flexible, and we'll pay probably $20 an hour for this position. So if you know anyone who's physically capable and friendly and got a good outward-facing personality, all of which this person had, please send them Carrie's way. Okay?
Daytime, nighttime?
We can even flex on that a little bit. In fact, it might be better in most instances not to have them working while other people are trying to work in the offices. Okay? This is a person of confidence because it means they'll have access to offices. So we will do background checks, and everyone's got to feel comfortable with it before we move ahead.
No benefits, though.
No benefits. It's a very part-time job.
Is that like 2 hours a day, 5 days a week?
No, we could flex, but I suspect it'll end up being probably 3 days a week, roughly 3 or 4 hours a day. Okay, that's it. Next meeting of the council will be the regular meeting scheduled for December 15th, 2025. Can I have a motion to that effect? I have a motion from Kevin and a second from Carter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. I have a motion to adjourn. Kevin?
Yes.
Anybody want to second that?
Yes.
Motion carried. Thank you very much.